joined us early on. Judith, you as well. And we've seen such amazing chess in this event every day. You had a look at the standings where we are, and we're going to talk about all the action that's coming up. But before that, I want to quickly bring up something that caught my attention on Twitter right before I joined the Zoom call, in fact. And I did notice that we do have the pairings for the candidates on. So I'm going to quickly bring up that tweet, and we're going to talk a little bit about this. FIDE drew lots for the candidates, and that implies the following first round pairings. We've got Duda against Rappo. We don't know who Nepo will play because it can potentially be Ding or it can be Sergey, depending on the appeal of lifting the ban on Sergey. We've got Fabi playing against Hikaru. Raja against Firouzja. So this is, of course, going to be the big event in 22, which will decide the challenger. And my first question that I'm going to throw out to the panelists is that who would you like to see out of this list challenge Magnus in 23? And let's say that let's count Duda in for now, that if the ban upholds on Sergey, and we do have Ding, who would you like to see for this match? And I'll start with Judith on this.
Well, of course, I have to say first Rapport. I want to see him challenging Magnus. But if it's not him, then probably Firouzja would be the biggest challenge for Magnus, and everybody would be very excited. Or Duda, I have to say.
That's 3, Judith. You had to pick one.
Sorry. Okay, so I pick Firouzja then.
Firouzja, I think that would be very
toughest,
popular.
I think.
The toughest. That's interesting that you would pick Firouzja as the toughest challenger, even over, the likes of Fabi and Nepo, who've actually played the match before. Maurice, what do you have to say on that?
Well, yeah, I'm painted in a corner just like Judith. I got 2 Americans sitting there staring at me. If I say anything else, I have to deal with them forever. So, yeah, that said, you know me, I don't go with the flow and the popular crowd. Or maybe I am, because Firouzja is definitely the one everybody wants to see, and I would like to see as well. He would certainly be an incredible challenge with his experience against Magnus. He even tied the classical portion of the match against Magnus when they played. But Firouzja, if he can get through these gangsters, and that's a big if, that's a tall order. But if he can get through these gangsters, Magnus will have his hands full, because Magnus knows if he has to play these guys too, it'll be rough. It'll be a tough battle. So if he can show in this kind of event, it's 14 rounds, right? 14 rounds against the likes of Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, Nepo, and the rest. If he can do that, he's going to be flying, and I think we'll be in for a fantastic match.
I think whoever wins, right, the candidates, each one of them has earned their spot. It's such a difficult tournament to get to. So we know that we'll be in for a fantastic match. But then it comes down to, some of these players you kind of know have given Magnus a tough fight in the past, and you sort of want to see them. Jan-Krzysztof Duda also tweeted about the same. We know almost everything because we don't know who that final player will be. Sagar, in chat, I'm also reading Tom saying that it could be Ding or Fabi. I think it's a bit too early for Alireza. I have no doubts that we're going to see Alireza fight for the match at some point. But I kind of get what Tom is saying. And what do you think? Do you think that this would be the cycle and Alireza is ready to face the world champion? Or do you want to see another challenger?
Well, the last time we saw Alireza playing, I think it was at the World Rapid and Blitz, and it's been 4 months, and I have absolutely no idea what he's doing. I think he must be preparing heavily. He must have built a team, and he's preparing for the candidates. And I'm so excited to see him on the board, because you know all other players, at least you have seen a bit. Okay, even Rajabov, I think we haven't seen him playing much, but rest of the players. So I think Alireza is taking this as if it's a very, very important challenge for him. Not like, oh, it's my first candidates, I will just, put my feet into it and then see what happens next time. This is just for experience. I don't think that's his attitude at all.
By the way, could I jump in and say this? If we've heard from Magnus himself, if there's no Alireza, there's no Magnus. So, already we have to say, well, maybe we need Alireza, because if somebody else wins, Caruana, Nepo, he'll say, been there, done that, don't want to do it again. and he's out. So I think this is what we have to be concerned about as well.
You might not have a Magnus if there's no Alireza. But the thing is, right, Magnus has said that pretty much before every World Championship match. He's not sure if he's going to play it. He had the same stand for the Nepo match as well, where before the candidate, the challenger was decided. He's always had this love-hate relationship with matches, right? He's always given this thing that this might be the last one that he plays. Not counting the ones against Vishy, of course. It also makes me think about this, Judith, that Alireza's first candidate match, right? And I can't think of any other player who actually became the challenger in the first candidates, except Magnus himself, who played in 2013. And I think it was in London, and you were there. And he won that. Very dramatic candidates. But I mean, for the first time you're playing the candidates and you win it, it's such a special and a difficult tournament to win it the first time around.
For sure, but if we see Alireza's rating, he's number 2, I think, in the world right now.
That's right.
Number three, I think. I think he's
with
behind
Ding,
Ding Laurent.
Yeah.
Ding got back this month, right? With his 26 games. Okay, so he's number 3 in the world. I saw him playing last year at the Norway chess. And I experienced it. I saw him in person, the way he was so casual and at the same time he was always very open to learn continuously, like his game against Rapport in the last game, but also his game, for example, the end game which he lost against Magnus. The way he took it, the way he's handling chess, and really it seems like that's the only thing he has in his life. He's so focused. Of course, it's a huge question whether he will be able to win the candidates, but I think he's a great. He has great chance to do so, and he's also a player who is still very young, and you don't know whether in 1 month's time how strong he's going to be. And even if he's winning the candidates, it takes few months for him to be prepared for the World Championship match. And of course, the other side of it, that Magnus also himself, or any world champion, when they play World Championship match, usually they don't only have their challenger, but themselves who can really block them in winning.
Magnus versus Alireza is just like Karpov versus Kasparov. I think it comes to that next generation challenging. We've had it, I think, in so many matches. It was when Magnus challenged Vishy as well for the match. It's that generational thing, and then this new guy comes up and fighting for the crown. So of course, lots to look forward to with the candidates coming up. And of course, the big question is going to be, who will be that mystery player who makes it? Is it going to be Ding finally, or Sergey? Time will tell, but we're all very excited about it. Speaking of the young talents, currently the one who's taking the world by storm is, of course, Praggnanandhaa. And let's bring up our standings before we go into discussing this mega day that we've got ahead of us, chat. Wow. Guys, now, since you were here last, of course, we were all super excited to see Pragg in action, but it was hard to predict that he would go on to be at the very top in the final round, along with Magnus. And, you know, it's easy to say, okay, Magnus is currently leading because, well, that's just what he does. But I want to ask, and let's start with Maurice on this. Maurice, what do you think has been working for Pragg so much in this tournament? Is it just this pressure that the opponents are taking when they're playing against him?
I don't think the opponents have been pressured. I think Pragg has just been extremely confident and playing like a boss. He just goes for it. You see his matches all end in 3 games. It's ridiculous. They win or lose. He's just like, I'm just going for it. I don't care. And I think that devil may care attitude has served him well. He's just playing with confidence, aggression. He's just playing with fire and desire. I have to say, though, that in this event, it's kind of a weird take as I look at it after these rounds that we've seen so far, these 6 rounds. It feels like no one in the tournament is really happy. It's rare that you get to an event after 6 rounds where somebody is not thinking, yeah, man, I feel like I'm on top of the world. Magnus is certainly not on top of the world. The way he's already lost 2 matches, he's like, yo, I might be leading, but this is not how I do. And then you have other players at the tail end, people like Giri, people like Mamedyarov, although he's made a slight comeback. They're not happy with their event. They're just not thrilled. And I don't think you can look at anyone, and maybe it's Pragg that maybe we'd be satisfied, but given how hot he started, and then to have that hiccup, well, he lost to Magnus, that was a smash. And then to lose to Duda, that's the thing to me. He was also pretty much smashed there. I think he's not thrilled yet. And he might be feeling like, yeah, I'm doing well, but man, I could have won this whole thing last round. So I don't think anybody's fully happy, but Pragg is showing that he's got the confidence. And let's see if he's got the nerve today and the guts, and he keeps going against a player who definitely is not happy about how he's doing in Giri.
Interesting. I think Pragg has got a lot of reasons to be pleased with the way things have gone. And yes, like you said, he lost to Magnus. There's nothing to think much about that. But with Duda, he had good fighting chances, as well as the fact that, well, Duda is one of the best players in the world. And, it all comes down to it being such a massive learning experience for Pragg. And along the way, he's fighting for the championship.
Well, I think you and I would be happy. You and I, sort of sitting in his shoes, would be like, that's pretty good. But I'm saying if he's him, and let's think about it as him as the youngster who started off in such scintillating fashion, I'm not sure he himself is thrilled. I would be happy. I feel good inside to know that he's not thrilled with having not closed the deal yet, and that he's hungry and he wants to win this whole thing and will come today thinking, I got to smash this guy.
So what you're saying is that's all the more better for us, because it just means he wants more from this event. It's not about the experience of just playing it. Judith, very often when you play one game against a player, right? Anything can happen on that particular day. But this format's different. Here, you need to prove that you're a better player on that day over 4 games. Well, in Pragg's case, over 3, but still over a match format. And that sort of is a whole different level, no?
Oh, actually, it's very interesting. And unfortunately, I never got to have this format to be playing, only when it was already playoff of something, maybe even that I didn't play. I don't remember. So it is something very interesting. And I think you have to have a very different mindset, that you're there, well, not to talk about the esport format itself, but to be ready to play a game, which is like 25 minutes, 30 minutes a game. And then you have to switch colors and your brain to adjust the loss or victory or whatever. So you need a completely different mindset for preparation for all this. And I think it helps a lot for youngsters, because for them, like Pragg, he's growing into this online screen kind of thing that actually he's not, I don't know how much he's holding pieces himself. But definitely it is something that for him, it's very natural. And of course, he's hungry. He's hungry to play. He's just so eager to play one game after another. You can see him when he's talking, when he's giving interviews after the game, his insights, that he's really, really enjoying it. And actually, I don't know, Maurice, I'm not sure that he's not happy. I'm sure he has something inside of him that I could win this, or I can still win this. But I think all in all, he's this modest guy who is just playing and he wants to do the best. He knows exactly that he has a great future, I think. So if he's not going to win this one, he might win just the next one. But I think he's incredibly happy at the same time already.
So happy, hungry, it seems to be. Sagar, now I want to ask you, right? For Pragg, as Judith was saying, he's been playing these online elite events. But it's so different, because even if you've got the same opponents, you're kind of not in front of them. You're not on the same platform. And for Pragg to be in Oslo currently, not only face these guys day to day over a match format, but to share the same platform and to share the same environment, that's very special, as well as a learning experience and the kind of confidence it gives you.
Yeah, I think Pragg always thinks about learning experience. And I think he doesn't really... I know it's very difficult to think of it that way, but whatever I have spoken with him, like maybe I have done 50 interviews with him, the only thing that I have seen from him is the fact that, I could have done this better. This move was not accurate. I could have played this move better. So it doesn't matter to him if he's playing Reykjavik Open, or if he's playing national championship here, or he's playing in the Oslo Esports Cup. He's only thinking about, can I play a better move here? Oh, yesterday I lost with Duda. He tricked me in the end game. How can I just make sure that next time he doesn't do that to me? So I guess for him, it's just that single-minded thought. Doesn't matter who his opponents are. And maybe it's too theoretical to think that way, right? We always say think that way. and not many people can achieve that, but he seems to be doing it.
And execute it. Yeah, it's as if it's a constant learning process from him. Now, yesterday we had an interesting moment with Anish. He's been sort of struggling in these with this whole click and drag situation with the mouse, and it's sort of been a bit of a nightmare for him. Let's bring up that clip really quickly. That moment that we had where well, the computer just seemed to play long castle, which is exactly what Anish did not intend. And it's the kind of mouse slip that there's no coming back from, right? You go long castle in that position and it's busted, which is why it's so unfortunate. It reminds me of what happened to Magnus the day before when he went rook a2, which was not a mouse slip. That was just a complete oversight that the bishop can take. But it's something that you've done on your own. You know, you've sort of let the game go on your own. And this was that moment. Similar expressions of shock there. But we had rook a2 here where eventually Jordan's bishop just captured the rook. And I want to come back to what happened to Anish yesterday. And he was, you know, both players, we see them sort of laughing in that moment. But I want to ask both Maurice and Judith about this. I mean, on the inside, you're just very angry with what has just happened, no?
I mean, if I may, I play bullet chess a lot. And that happens to me a lot. And I have that Magnus look, that Giri look when it happens. It's like, WTF? Yo, what? If you had a hand on a piece, you would never make such an error, right? Never in your, actually, oops, drop the piece. But that happens all the time with mouse slips. And it's horrible. It's horrible. You spoil maybe what maybe was a masterpiece you were building, or in Magnus's case, he had a winning position. It was complicated to be sure, but to just drop a piece, okay, that's a different kind of blunder. In Giri's case, I think it's a case of what else can go wrong? Right? It's a Peter principle for him in this tournament. He's had a horrible tournament, and it's another one of those, yeah, you know what? You're having a bad tournament. Let's have something else wrong happen. Matter of fact, you better watch out for falling pianos, because one might land on your head. What happened to Giri? I wouldn't want to be next to him like in Mike Strike, the way he's playing and the number of bad things happening to him in this tournament.
Speaking of not wanting to be next to him, there was a certain Lawrence Trent who was next to him, and he kind of had to take the burn of that. Let's bring up that clip if we've got it on before we asked you.
I've noticed Jordan is using the clicking system now instead of the drag. Do you think that is an option?
I think my problem is that I combined the two. You should never combine the two. You either click or you drag. And I sometimes click a piece and then drag another. And I think in that synergy between the clicking and the dragging is where I make I never used to click. I always used to drag, but sometimes now I have this habit of, why are you laughing?
The synergy of the clicking and dragging, I think that's where it started.
This guy is just fantasizing here.
I'm not fantasizing. I mean, you were used to click, you used to drag. You sound like me. Like, no, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the system.
Wow. Judith, is this why OTB over online?
Well, it is kind of very strange what happened there with Giri. It's very confusing. That's clear, and I don't even know what to say, because I was not playing tournaments with a mouse in my hand.
You like to click or you like to drag?
I'm a drag. I'm dragging.
Oh.
It's incredible.
Clicking is a bit of a drag for Judith.
Though I was playing, I'm wrong, because back in the late 90s, I was playing in the Monaco tournament with Van Osterom, was the Melody Amber tournament. And we were playing actually the same way, the blindfold games. We were not sitting opposite, but at the same table, and a little bit diagonally, we had this, well, still a big computer sitting in front of that. And we were actually clicking there because there was no piece. So we were clicking the square from which square to which we are going. And of course, there were some issues.
So Judith, you're saying your team drag?
I'm drag normally.
Yeah,
and
I'm with that.
Yeah,
I
I think dragging is very common for many, but I got to know that clicking is faster if you practice it a lot. Like and maybe it's very unrealistic for me, but if you see people who are regular bullet and blitz players, clicking is the way they get faster.
Maurice, so it looks like you just got to commit. You either go team drag or team click, but the problem is when you combine the two.
I'm just thinking of people like Karpov or Petrosian, Spassky.
Laughing at this conversation.
Like, what the hell has just come to where we're talking about, do you click or do you drag? Like, what? That's just the new world we live in.
Well, let's just hope that there are no such fiascos for Anish today, because he is facing Pragg, and I think we all want a good big fight on that board. So it's going to be an interesting match, and let's just hope the action is decided by the board and not by computer glitches and mouse issues. Well, the other player who's found himself back in form and who's got a big game today is Shah, because he's playing our other tournament leader, Magnus. Now, Shah has had 3 back-to-back wins, and that's a bit of a comeback. Judith, is this a scary Shah again? And what can we expect from this matchup?
Well, from Shakhriyar, he's always someone who can bounce back. And even if he's in bad form, he's going to be playing his original challenging ideas. And of course, Magnus knows him very well, how great a player and original player he is. And of course, the time control makes it possible that, Magnus is generally, of course, the favorite and the best player, but he's not in very good shape. His health is not perfect as far as I see. He's making mistakes like Rook A2, and that was not the only one. We saw the Queen E4 one too over there previously. So, I mean, this is the world champion. When he's not in shape, he's still on first place, dying for first place. That I understand, but I think it's can be a very challenging match, but also it depends what happens in the first 2 games, because as you said, the 4-game mini matches, it is a completely different story. But he's a player, if he's losing, he can bounce back and he can win in the next one.
Yeah, definitely the match format is a different dynamic. And Maurice, does it surprise? I mean, you've been in St. Louis, you've seen Magnus in action so many times. Does it still surprise you to see that Magnus, so out of shape, is still fighting for the title the final day?
Magnus out of shape is one of the top 3 players in the event all the time. I mean, that's a fact. It's very rare you see Magnus end up in 5th or 7th, or a poor Magnus is everybody else's dream player. You wish you could play like that, make just the mistakes that he's making. So no, I'm not surprised at all. It is not up to his standards the way he has played in this event. He could have simply dominated if he were playing more like himself. So that's not a surprise. Interesting to see Shah actually come back the way he has. He's the kind of player who can easily lose motivation. I mean, his air in his balloon goes out in a second. It's like, boom, gone. I don't want to play anymore. That's it. He just loses interest. But he has shown some tenacity in this event, making this comeback that says, hey, he might give Magnus a fight today. He's going to bring some energy to the table, and a lot. I agree with Judy completely. First two games will have a lot to say about how this one goes. If Magnus punches him in the face early, it could be done and finished. But if Shah can show a little something and get Magnus ill at ease, we could see a terrific match.
And Sagar, that's exactly what Shah said as well, right? That he's aiming that it'll be a 4-game match. That's what he mentioned in his interview, because if it will be a 4-game match, then it will be an interesting one. I want to get your take on this fight and also the implications that it has for, Pragg potentially winning the championship.
Yeah, I think the number of decisive games between Shah and Carlsen have been huge. Like, I was just checking the database, and the last time they've played, the last 8 games have been decisive, between them, and all white wins. So somehow it seems like whenever they are playing, the white player has an edge over the other. Yes, I think I completely agree with Judith and Maurice that if Shah wins one of the games at the beginning, he would be doing really well. Otherwise, Magnus would take this away. But coming to the match between Pragg and Anish, at the start of this event, I would have said that Anish is a favorite. But right now, I'm starting to feel that maybe Pragg has the upper hand in this match, considering the form that Anish is in right now. And also, this is my feeling. And of course, as a player, Anish is, of course, stronger than Pragg. But it's just this tournament form. And if Shah really gives Magnus a tough time, we might see that Pragg could win this event, which would be a huge achievement in the young boy's career.
I mean, that would be absolutely monumental, no? Well, our chat seems to say that for the Magnus Shah match, it's 72% to Magnus and 27% to Shah. I'm finding that a bit off. I feel that Shah definitely has a bigger chance than 27% in this match. I would put it more around 65-35.
That's not much of a difference,
It's not
but
much. I realized that after I
that's
said
still
it.
dominant. That's still pretty dominant.
Should have gone
but-
with 60-40.
60-40. Now you're closing in on that 50-50 range. That's a bit different. I think Magnus, the M in Magnus stands for motivation. We've seen it World Championship match. We've seen it online. We see it everywhere. Give Magnus a reason to smack you. When he played Pragg, the whole world was saying, hey, Pragg beat Magnus, right? Remember that? Magnus said, okay, I don't want to wait till I play you again. Just give me a chance to show what I am about. I'm the best player, don't you know? And he said that very clearly. I'm the best player. So Magnus is all about motivation. And right now he's extremely motivated to win this event. All he has to do is win on demand in the last round. So I do think Magnus will want to push the envelope. Can Mamedyarov, also the M in his is also motivation. Can he bring it to the table and compete against a Magnus who definitely wants to win this event?
Yeah, I think we can all agree. Yes, go on, Judith.
Sorry, I just want to ask something. What do you think? Because with this, we started to talk about that it's a new format and it's 4 games. It always comes back to my mind that actually this 4-game structure, it actually also decided the World Championship match in 2016. When Magnus was playing against Karyakin, they tied. And it was very clear that Magnus was very happy already at the end to make the last game draw, to go into the playoff. And I think, and this is what I want to ask from you, what do you think generally Magnus feels superior or more chances in every match if it would be a single classical game or 4 rapid or 4 blitz rapid?
I got a big, I'm just for rapid. Thank you very much. He did the same thing, Judith, against Fabi, right? They tied and he also beat up Fabi in that. Magnus doesn't think you can beat him.
Yeah, but you know, this is what I'm saying, that probably Magnus is kind of relaxed mood. In every match, he thinks that in a 4-game, I should really beat everybody, right? In 1 game, something can happen, something can go wrong. Rook A2, Queen E4 or something else, or for the other one. But in 4 games, I should be winning in every match.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
No, that's a
what
very good
happened
point.
with Jordan's game against Jordan match? It was like he made the blunder, and then I thought he would come back, but somehow Jordan didn't give him any chance in the last game. Magnus was white. Somehow he couldn't push. So it could be that once you fall behind, even Magnus might not be able to come back sometimes.
But I think it's a very tricky psychological battle and situation when you are the world champion and you have somebody to work with. If you start looking at those matches when a world champion started to work with some people, like Kasparov was working with the Kramnik, okay, much earlier than the match, but he paid his price. And then later on, you can always see when somebody is working with the world champion, it has a completely different psychological battle also. So because Magnus is working with Van Foreest, as far as I know, which means that Magnus knows exactly that the little kid, the youngster, can be dangerous, and he has incredible, crazy ideas, really amazing. And at the same time, also, Van Foreest has self-confidence already more because he knows that he has valuable ideas if a world champion works with him, right?
Yeah.
And it was the same thing also a little bit when I beat Kasparov in 2002. Just few months before that, I had a training camp with him. So whenever someone lets in to the work atmosphere, the talents, then something is getting different in the relationship over the board.
I agree with that, Judith. But you can't say the same thing about the L that he took earlier in the tournament against Lee, right? I mean, he was working with him and he lost. I think part of Magnus just always comes back to, What's the situation? Is everything on the line? Is it a moment when I can shine? Do I have something to prove? It's why he doesn't want to play a world championship against somebody he's already played. He has something to prove. And right now, it's a situation that's ideal for him. Clutch moment, got to deliver. I'm the world champion. I'm playing against a tough opponent. I got to give it my all. And I think that's what we're going to see Magnus do. If Shah beats him now, it'll be really saying something.
Yeah. I think in general, right, the stronger the player is, the bigger his chances in a long match format. It just feels like in a one game, anything can happen, but the more number of games you have, the stronger player will prevail. But I think the World Championship, Maurice, which you were mentioning earlier, has a different dynamic because Magnus's strategy against Karyakin and Fabi was just simply because specifically against these two guys, he felt he's a clear favorite in Rapid. But would he have wanted the Rapid against somebody like a Nepo, against somebody like a Hikaru if he's facing him? Not so sure and not so clear.
Agreed 100%.
All right, guys. Well, lots of fun stuff to talk about. Really quickly, we've got also a potential winner in Liem. It's not just Magnus and Pragg who are taking on today's match for the title, but if certain things work out in Liem's favor, he could potentially win the match because his direct encounter against Magnus, like you mentioned, Liem beat Magnus. So Justin, full 3 points. What do you make this matchup that we've got with Liem taking on Jorden? He's got a big chance here.
Well, somebody's got to jump in first. You got to direct us, Tanya. You're the host of the show. Tell us who speaks.
I was looking at what Chad has to say, but let's start with Judith.
Well, Liem is a great player. He was a Blitz World champion, right? So he is a player who is great in Blitz, in Rapid. He can focus extremely well. I think he has great chance to win against Jorden.
Yeah. And that could really mix things up, no, Sagar?
Yeah. I think Liem has to do his job, beat Jorden, and then hope that Shah somehow takes Magnus to the tie breaks, and Anish is able to beat Pragg or hold him. I think actually Anish has to beat Pragg, Shah has to hold Magnus, and Liem has to win. So 3 results.
Everything to fight for. I'm going to end this with the last question for Maurice. Maurice, you had to predict the winner right now at the end of the day. Who would it be?
I hate being boring. I really hate to be boring. But time and time again, Magnus has shown that in these kind of situations, the money is on him. You just don't want to pick otherwise. Clearly, Liem has an outside chance, a true outside chance, as far as I'm concerned, of winning this because he can't affect the 2 players who are ahead of him in any way. So usually history says that player does not have a real chance. And Pragg definitely has a fantastic chance. I got to say, I think his chances today are incredible because Anish is off of form. So he has a great chance. So it could just very well be a tie at the top. It could be a tie at the top, but in the case of a tie, doesn't Magnus win on tiebreak anyway because he beat Pragg? So that alone gives Magnus the big edge to win this event.
He's got his match against Shah. He's got his task cut up. We'll see what happens. Big day of chess coming up here at the Oslo Esports Cup. Thank you so much, Maurice, Judith, and Sagar for joining us today. This was super fun.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
See you, Maurice. Bye, Judith.
Bye. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Pleasure. Okay. Glad we didn't have to write anything with pens and stuff.
Just no time. I don't know where the time goes.
Hello, guys. Welcome, everyone. I hope you can see me now. This is Sagar Shah, and big day today. We have Praggnanandhaa taking on Anish, Giri, and Amruta. How are you? Yes, what happened? Amruta, say hi to the chat.
Hi, chat. How are you?
Yeah.
You cannot mute, no?
Yeah, I can mute. Tell me. Guys, muting something because Amruta wants to discuss something very important. Okay, guys, all done. Everything is sorted. Life is simple. Life is good. Disaster averted. Nothing's wrong. How are you guys? How are you guys doing? What did you discuss? We are discuss. What?
Disaster averted.
Say hi, no. So, Amruta, big question for everyone is:
Yeah.
will Magnus Carlsen win today?
With
Magnus is facing Mamedyarov. Okay. And Praggnanandhaa is facing Anish Giri. So, what is your feeling?
Okay, Praggnanandhaa Anish Giri is a very, very tough question. Super tough, I would say. But I feel Praggnanandhaa can beat Anish because in this tournament, Anish is not in his best element. That is one of the reason. Opening preparation, I'm very curious to see because both are theoretically very, very strong. And Magnus versus Mamedyarov, I'm hoping for some crazy games, F3 and G4 and all that. Literally, so
So, you are saying that Magnus will beat Mamedyarov?
yeah, Magnus will beat me.
So, Magnus will win the tournament because if Magnus
and if
wins,
Praggnanandhaa
Pragg
wins?
wins, then Magnus and Pragg tie. But Magnus has beaten Pragg in their individual encounter, so Magnus will be the champion.
Oh, yes. So Magnus will come first and Praggnanandhaa will come second.
Whoa, that's a big, big thing. Amruta has said that Pragg will beat Anish.
Yeah.
Wow, wow. I'm not so sure about this. Also, because I think Anish is not in the best form. But against Pragg, he will be extra careful because, you know, somehow he has
I
teamed with
agree.
him.
I totally
Yeah.
agree with you.
He
So,
will be careful, I think.
yes, but tactically, that's the only reason in this tournament. This tournament is the only reason. If you would ask me in any other tournament, I would be actually very strong to say that Anish will beat
Yes,
Praggnanandhaa.
yes.
Like
No, that's
doubt.
also my thought that this tournament, the form that they both
Yeah.
are in, have brought them little closer. You know, like Pragg's best, great form and Anish's poor form.
Exactly.
So we will see if that happens.
But
and
don't forget, form is temporary. Classes
yes.
permanent. Bye bye.
Okay, Amruta. Asked her for water because she always makes me feel water whenever I'm on stream, but very thirsty right now. Bring Vidit in commentary. Who is live? Oh, nice. Let's see if we can get Vidit today. I'll send him the Zoom link. Maybe he can join us for a few minutes. If you guys are on his chat, you can just tell him. I'll send the link. Okay. We'll see. Okay, I have sent him the link. And VD is playing. Yeah. Maybe after his stream, maybe if he can join, we'll see. We'll see. No stress. No stress. And by the way, oh, Shubham sends a super chat. Sagar bhai, are unrated players paired against rated players for National Blitz. So this is how the pairing works. Pairing is like, it starts with, let's say 200. If there are 200 players, then they cut it at 100, and the first player plays against 101. So if you are unrated, you might be somewhere around 190th in the tournament, let's assume. Then you will play against the 90th seed. So yes, you will be paired against a rated player, most likely. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening in the playing hall right now. And I'm very excited for this match because we'll be able to see some excellent chess. And that is always a great pleasure. This is the playing hall right now. Players have not yet arrived today. New color, yeah. with this background, you can just change the background, you can change the color of the playing hall. That is so amazing. Tamjeed Alvi says, can't wait for the big clash between Anish and Pragg. Absolutely right. And tomorrow, guys, I'm going to the National Blitz Championship to cover it. National Rapid, we have a sole leader in the form of Arvind Chidambaram, who is on 7 out of 7. Phenomenal play by Arvind. And if he wins the remaining 2 rounds tomorrow, he will become the champion of the tournament. What is today's target for subs? Well, today's target is 901.5k. That is, we are on 901. Finally, we have reached 901k. So another 436 subscribers is what we are looking for today. So guys, if you haven't subscribed to ChessBase India, please do. People are saying, is Pragg tied with Magnus? Let me see if I can get the standings up there, and then we can see. I don't know. 1 second. This is not what I wanted. Standings. Yes, there we have it. These are the results of yesterday. These are the pairings of today. Mamedyarov takes on Magnus, Liem versus Jorden, Praggnanandhaa versus Anish, Erik Hansen versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and these are the standings that we have. 12 points to Magnus, 12 for Pragg, 11 for Duda, 11 for Quang Liem, 9 for Jorden, 8 for Shah, 6 for Anish, 3 for Erik Hansen. And guys, one thing which I'm very happy about in this event is my own commentary. I was less sleepy if I was a chess player and I had to say how are my games. In the same way, if I'm a commentator and I want to improve my commentary, then I felt like my energy levels were better. Do you guys agree than usual? Sai Prakash Budida says, looking forward to hear India's Got Chess Talent. So we went through all the applications and right now we have shortlisted from, I think, 600 plus applications to close to 100, and I have to get it down to 32. So I'm working on it, and this will be done soon. I have not forgotten about it. It is one of the most important things that I would like to do in the coming days. Rohit Reddy says, because of new setup. Swapnil NS says, yes, due to chair. Neeraj Joshi says, was better, but could be better for sure. Oh, okay. Mohit Talwar says, you are one of the best. Arey, Mohit, kya baat hai? Okay, anyway, Red Bull's magic work. No, I haven't had Red Bull recently. It's just Pragg's performance, maybe. That's giving us a lot of energy. Let's go. The games are about to begin. And let's see first. Let's get Praggnanandhaa on the screen. Oh, Pragg is not yet here. Anish is here. Let's have a look at Anish on our screen. Anish Giri in the house. And there you see Anish looking a little bit fresh today. Did you guys read that he signed a long-term deal with Play Magnus Group, which is very interesting, that Anish now is also sponsored not just by Optiver but also by Play Magnus. That's why you can see on his suit there is Chessable. He is one of the leading authors for Chessable, and so they are supporting him as well. Let me just make sure that I get some water before I begin. Amruta didn't bring. Okay, game has begun and we are off. There we have Anish on the screen and Pragg next to him. It is a King's Indian defense. Wow. D4, Knight F6, C4, G6, Knight C3, Bishop G7, E4, D6, Bishop E2, castles, Knight to F3, E5, castles. And right now what is becoming slowly the main move in the position, Bishop to G4. A lot of people playing it. In fact, even this was recently played by Arjun as well with black. D5, A5, H3, takes, King H8. Wow. This was the last move on the board. Can anyone tell me why did Anish play King H8 in this position? Here's your first question to from me. Why did he play King H8? What is the reason for it? Venkateshwar Reddy says, I became chess-based pillar 5 days before just because of your enthusiasm and energy when Pragg was winning. Arey Venkateshwar Reddy, that's so cool. That's so cool. And I'm sure that will help so many young talents as well. Yes, the main idea of playing King H8 is, I think, to play Knight to G8 and then F5. But Pragg went Bishop G5, pinning the knight. He was pushed back and Pragg came back. And he's trying to tell Anish that, look, H6 can be a weakness in your position. Anish says, I don't care, Pragg. I'm just simply going to develop my pieces. And Praggnanandhaa is thinking right now about what to do in this position. Meanwhile, on our screen, let's also give it up for the one and only, the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And there we have Magnus on our screen, looking as always relaxed and slightly, his face is always like puzzled look. And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov playing against him. Oh, and by the way, King H8, the idea maybe was not knight. Now, okay, maybe it was knight G8, but the moment H6 came, now he goes knight H7. And his plan is to play F5. Pragg is thinking about next how to stop this move F5 in the position. And also, let me just check what's happening in the game of Magnus versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. We are right out of the opening. And it seems like white has a very small little edge. He has slightly more space and nicely developed pieces. His rook can come to C1. The other rook can come to D1. Looks good. Looks good. So Shakhriyar Mamedyarov playing. Shaks, this is something that I want you to also learn. So D4, Knight F6, C4, G6. He goes Knight F3. Now, Magnus is not a King's Indian player. He's a Grunfeld player. Whenever he plays G6, he likes to play D5. So Shah, what he does is, he never really puts his knight on C3. He plays E3. Why does he do that? Is that whenever you play this, take, now, what does white play now? White to play? Hulk says, when we look at Magnus, it never feels as if he's thinking much. Yeah, that is true. Always thinks he's low effort thinking. Like he's just thinking, sitting there. Yes, exactly. E4 is the right move that I was looking for. Deepesh, Sokhal, Anil Kumar, Deven Tiwari, Disha, Mrs. Savage. E4 is the move, and now there is no knight to take on C3. So that is the main point why then white would be better in these positions. So you will see that Shah does not develop his knight at all. He puts his bishop, he will castle and so on. So that's why players often go for c5, and then he has a choice between playing the Benoni setup with d5 or to take it. In this game, he decided to take it. In a way, you can say that Magnus is here. I mean, Shah is slightly better. Takes, check, back, and I would say, but it's closer to equality. Let's go back to Praggnanandhaa's game. What did Pragg do? Pragg went queen d2. Okay. Pragg told Anish, hey, Anish, your pawn is hanging. And you know what Anish said to Pragg? I don't care, Pragg. Do what you want. You want to take that pawn? Take it. Okay, so my question to you is, after bishop h6, what is it that Anish has on his mind? Why did he give up that pawn? Can you tell me what is the point here that Anish is looking for? Yes. Well, not queen trap, not queen trap. I don't think there is a queen trap. But let's look at the chat chess moves to see how many of you have given what answer. Yes, f4. Fantastic job, guys. Excellent job by Abhimanyu Parashar, Bhavan Kalyan, Path G, Bhagyashri Kaduskar, Fast Curious, Karandeep Singh, Dhanay Doshi, Pankaj Almia, Ritankar Nath, Deepam Shah, and we have a guest joining us today all the way from Nashik. Ashik joining us in our commentary room is the one and only Vidit Gujarati. Hello, Vidit. Bye. One second. Let me see if I can get Vidit on the screen. Hello. Okay, Vidit trying to fix. Hello. Vidit bhai, how are you? Thank you so much for joining.
अरे मेरे चैट में वही चल रहा था, ज्वाइन तो मैं बोला अभी तो सागर भाई ने बुलाया है.
Thank you, Vidit bhai. I will put you like this so people can.
What's the scene? Oh, by the way, Sagar bhai, I wanted to congratulate you, 900,000 subscribers.
Arre, thank you, Vidit bhai. I didn't even post it anywhere. I thought now only on 1 million we will post.
No, 900,000 you should celebrate. Thanks to all the reels.
पूरी दुनिया रील्स से ही चल रही है ऐसा लगा. Tania, in the pre-show, when she invites me, she says, welcome to Sagar Shah, co-founder of Chess Base India, international master and reel maker. What?
What? It's not a wrong description. You make it, no?
अरे हाँ ना पर इतना जल्दी so quick.
You should be happy that it's coming last, not first. You started your introduction as reel maker, then you would have opened
it. Correct. But Vidit, today is a big day because Praggnanandhaa could win the entire tournament.
Yeah, is it the first game? 9:30 every day it starts, no?
Yes, it's the first game. So today Anish versus, as you can see on screen, Anish versus Pragg and Mamedyarov versus Carlsen.
And actually, I thought that black is just better, but then I realized he's a pawn down.
Exactly. He gave why? What is the compensation for this pawn? The entire chat was saying f4 is the compensation.
No. I thought queen h4 maybe Anish will play.
Queen h4.
Anish's style is to play like this and then mouse slip.
I think I can take the reeler description now happily because Anish is being called now mouse slipper or whatever that is. Vidit is saying, I didn't say that, but Vidit now it's there.
I think all the trolling Anish has done, I can afford to say this.
Yeah, but so if I take, what would you say? Like just knight g5, rook h8 and so on?
Yeah. like a lot of initiative. The thing is, why is he thinking? Like, what is the other option?
He's played his move. He has played Queen H4, as you rightly pointed out. Vidit knows Anish so well now. He can guess his moves, and Bishop G7, King G7 has happened. So you would prefer black in this position, or
Yeah, it's easy to play. It's easy to play.
even
yes.
though he's pawn up, pawn down?
Like his moves are very easy, knight G5.
Yeah.
Then Rook H8.
Yeah.
Like moves are very easy. And I think Vladimirov once taught me, one way to evaluate the position is like, when you know your next 2-3 moves, then your position is kind of okay at least. You know what you're gonna make next. That doesn't apply always, but it's a
good hint. Vidit, when you say certain things like this, they stick with me forever and help me to coach many other players. Like once you had said, always end the calculation with opponent's move. And I have been using that so many times. Always, I say that Vidit had told me. And when I say that, people pay extra attention also.
Do you know who told me that?
Who?
Abhijit Kunte.
Oh, nice. And maybe Vladimirov might have told Abhijit Kunte, and then someone, it always, the knowledge keeps flowing.
Yeah.
What about Magnus's game? What do you feel?
Looks pretty equalish, but I would prefer white, of course. He has more space.
Yeah.
Can he play knight G4? I'm wondering.
Exactly. What is Magnus planning to do for knight G4? Because then it spoils the structure. Oh, and he plays it.
Yeah, knight G4. Did he miss it? No, he did not miss it, but probably there was no alternative. Yeah, there was no alternative actually.
Okay.
He couldn't have done anything. No.
Here, knight E5. Maybe he could have done H5 move, but
yeah, H5, knight D7, Rook F D8 probably. Yeah, but Magnus did not want to play this.
Right. This would have lost. With it, one question that people have been asking or just on the mind is when you look at Magnus overall, like you see here, he looks disinterested. And when you have played against him, have you ever felt that Magnus looks very disinterested in the game? Like when he sits like this.
Ali Reza is not playing, no? That's why. There's no motivation.
With it in fiery mode today. Can't ask him too many questions. Otherwise, maybe this stream will get blacklisted or something. But
I'll not copyright strike it. So
by every sentence you are speaking, you are killing someone. Okay, what do you have to say about Pragg's performance in this tournament? Are you impressed?
I was surprised for sure. Like, the way he won 2.5 half. I saw his match against, for example, Jorden. I saw the games later on. I thought that in first game, Jorden was winning, at one point. It was +4, Queen D3 and Queen G6. So I thought, okay, maybe, Jorden was having a bad day. But then Pragg defeated Liem 2.5 half, which is not easy. So then I realized that, okay, he's probably really, doing it. Oh, Queen D6, that's a bad move.
Because take and AB4 or?
Yeah, just takes AB4 and then Rook comes to A3. I thought Rook B6, Bishop C6, Rook B4, Rook A3. That was my first instinct.
Maybe
there is a very strong maneuver here. Bishop D1, Bishop D3.
Absolutely right. Yeah, that's true.
But that's why maybe Queen D6, Queen C6 is a move or no? I don't know.
Oh man, that is the best move.
Yeah. Wow. Magnus can find it because there is no option. He's forced to find it.
Wow. Queen D6, Queen C6, not to take, but to let black take, let white take, and then take with the.
So he took Queen D6 though, Magnus.
He took. I think he's going for your variation with Rook. Rook A3, but then this might give white some tangible edge.
Yeah, he probably underestimated Bishop D1, Bishop B3. So once that position comes, Mamed will play Bishop D1, Bishop B3. And okay, he wants to play D5 after Bishop D1 now. That's his point.
So maybe here.
No. He played Rook A5. He played Rook A5.
Okay. Guys, when Vidit joins in the commentary, it goes to another level itself, the commentary, because he is guessing the moves that the top players would be playing, then he is able to think a little bit about the improvements that could happen, and amazing insights.
So please subscribe to my channel, guys. Improve your chess as well.
But with it, you have hung your camera. So while your chess insights are excellent, your somehow internet is not good.
Not my internet, yaar. So that's why subscribe to my channel, give lot of super chat so that I can get a good camera, guys. It's majburi. That's why, guys, give super chats so that I can afford a good camera.
Are you live right now?
No.
Your stream ended.
Yes. You asked me to join. How
was the experience playing on the arena, FIDE arena, right? You were playing on.
So it was good. 1,500 people played. So at
that's a huge.
Stuck, but then it was working very fine. So it was also the first arena we did. So it was overall a good experience, I would say.
That is amazing to have 1,500 entries in one event. That's a lot.
Yeah. Lot of people played.
Wow. And were there a lot of Indian players? Nice. So basically, you have motivated a lot of people to join there, and they get a chance to play with you. I was seeing that you had some players got a chance to play with you.
Yeah. So it was nice. In overall, I think first tournament, it was good.
Okay, fantastic. And with it, before you leave, I know that you have many things to do. In fact, you are going to play tomorrow, right? No, tomorrow, no, day after.
Watching again. Prakhar is jumping from my channel to your channel now.
Oh, Prakhar ke pravachan. What's the score? Or is this the first game of today? Yes, Prakhar, this is the first game. Just started today.
Sagar, are you going to put the scores here on the screen overlay? Do you put it generally?
I show it like this. So
stream deck use करके थोड़ा flashy style करके.
अरे अभी मैंने ये भी रखे थे shifts
like very smooth transition.
But I have to learn from you how that sound can come and all. So maybe
1,000 rupees only.
How much?
1,000 rupees.
I'm coming to Nashik with lot of money. I'll give real super chat.
See, guys, Sagar bhai ne bola hai vlog mein nahi mila to aap bolna comment mein.
Oh, vlog. Oh, is there any vlog coming up with it?
Yes, of course. When you will come, also we'll make a vlog, no?
Okay. But apart from that,
this is a very interesting game of Pragg and Anish.
Can we analyze? Yes, let's go. So here, take. Oh, by the way, take F5, EF, GF, Bishop D1, F4.
Because White wanted to play F4 himself.
So F4, Bishop G4. Knight to F6, Pragg played F3 and Knight G5. So Anish has this attack boiling on the king side with the rook swinging over, but Pragg has built this some kind of a fortress kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game. More interesting than Magnus endgame right now.
What would you say that here black should be aiming for? Like if he takes, he will take with the F pawn, right?
I think the burden is on White, how to react, because Black's reaction is based on White's move. Like, let's say the bishop goes to F5, then, the H5 square is freed up. So he'll play Knight H5, Knight G3. White, let's say, tries to play Queen F2, Black can go Queen H6.
Okay.
I think maybe Bishop E6 might be played, something like this. I don't know. This is a.
But what if I just go like Rook E1? What is the problem? Although
the
bar hates it.
Queen F2 played, yeah. That was one of the most. Queen H6 will be played now, I think.
Not to trade the queens because you are down a pawn. So let's.
H6 or H7? Where do you think it will go, Anish?
Anish likes Queen H7 because it's the it gets him the diagonal and stuff.
No, I think Anish is a person who will go to H6.
Why?
Because it's dark square, Russian school.
Because there is a light square bishop, put your pieces on dark squares, yeah?
But the problem is, I'm a little bit worried of some Knight B5 ideas. So, so Queen on H7 can support it indirectly, which can be good. So that's why it's an option he can go to Edson. It's very concrete.
You said Russian school because when Anish was growing up, he was like a part of the Russian training, a bit of it. So that's what.
Yeah. So he trained with all these players, like Andrikin was with him. They were all training together. Lot of 2700s were current 20. Nepo, I think Anish also knows Nepo. They work together. Anish told me once that Andrikin was very good always, but he was lazy to work on openings. Yeah, he was always good at this tactics and stuff, but he never really worked on openings, and that quality is still with him right now also.
Wow.
So stuff like that.
Amazing insights. Yeah, I was not aware of that. By the way, Jaideep Chakrabarti says, thanks Vidit for introducing me to Black Lotus. It's helping me a lot. Have actually provided details to my office to get a subscription for organization.
Wow, that's so cool, Jaideep. Let me know if we can help you in any way. The team is very they can respond to you if you need any help with the organization and stuff. And I'm so glad to hear this. Thank you, Jaideep.
Yeah, that is amazing. That guys, we have always made some of the other jokes about it, but Vidit has reached what 500-day streak right now.
Close to.
Wow.
480.
480, and it is hey, Queen H7 with it. So more concrete than anything looking at this diagonal.
Yeah, I think the thing is knight b5 you can always go king h8, He doesn't want to have that worry. That's why he played this. The problem is for white, it's not easy to come up with moves.
Yeah, maybe bishop e6 as you said. Actually, he would love to put his knight here, but somehow so many pieces are looking at the e4 square. It is not easy to do that. And it looks like Praggnanandhaa also time-wise is in some pressure. Oh, he plays bishop e6.
Yeah, because the thing is you want to, when you give the bishop, you want to take away the g5 knight at least. So that, knight h3 is not a problem. Okay, take the pawn, but reduce the pressure on my king.
That's a very interesting move. But what if I go rook e8 and then take and rook e6, you are okay with it so that your knight gets the d5 square and so on?
It will take some time, right? So maybe white will get some time to regroup.
Got it. Nice. Punit is asking what kind of streak. Guys, Vidit meditates every single day. In fact, we have a video on ChessBase India which is titled How Does Vidit Meditate? And he has we have put it up over there where you can see how Vidit meditates, and it does help him in his life. What happened with it? Are you okay?
अरे मेरा होठ फट रहा है. So the problem is Mama doesn't make product for this. यार मेरे आपको कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. होठ फट रहे क्या करूं, प्रोडक्ट ही नहीं मेरे पास.
Is it so cold in Nashik that you're... Oh, by the way, c5. Like as we said, Anish got the rook in and Pragg played c5. I think this is one thing that I've noticed in Praggnanandhaa's game. Sometimes he gets very over ambitious with certain kind of moves, like against Magnus, yesterday against Duda, today again this move c5. What is he thinking?
The thing is, he's also getting low on time. Yeah, he wants to get some activity. He's a very active player in general, Pragg. And now the question is, how does Black take advantage of this? Will he go king h8 or something?
No, but what if I take and push the pawn? Does that look dangerous?
Consider this move.
Yeah.
It looks very strong once I see it.
Yeah.
But
it's not easy to see this?
Yeah. I mean, it's once you see it, you realize it's very good. But you're always trying not to take on g5, yeah? To give up the g5 knight.
Right. Ashish Ghorpade says, Hi Vidit Dada, can you please say hi to... I don't know if this is a trap, but I'll still say it. Hi to Pehel Paheri. She's my student.
Hi Pehel.
Okay, Ashish, I hope that was good, but I'm always... People are saying new brand coming in, Vaseline sponsorship incoming.
नहीं मामा तो बनाएगा ना product. I'll give them feedback.
But how does that happen with it? Because generally it's cold which causes this, and in Nashik it's very hot right now.
Maybe I'm going to the pool. Maybe that's why chlorine.
Oh, you're swimming now?
Yeah, I'm swimming.
Oh, new way to stay fit.
Yeah, I got bored of gym. So, but I'll probably rejoin gym. क्योंकि miss हो गया ना, and pool में इतना मजा आता है. It's like meditation.
Do you know how to swim or? Acha. Nice. Are you better at swimming?
Chess player taught me.
Who?
See, King H8, it's funny how the chess player's brain works.
Because Anish could have taken and played d5, and that was the only move, yeah, with it. Otherwise, white is better. So he didn't see it, because then this is hanging, c6 would strengthen the structure. It looks very simple. How does that? Because in your head you never want to exchange this for this. So he didn't see it. Okay, got it. King h8, and now white is the one who is pushing.
Yeah, the thing is now probably CD will happen.
Yeah. And then rook c1, right?
Just 1 second, I'm calculating something. Now I was checking if rook e6 is a threat for black. Like if you play a move like rook c1, I think rook takes e6 can happen. No?
Knight. Oh, rook takes, and then what?
Then d6, knight h3. I thought.
Take.
Oh, queen h2. Queen h2 is a move. Yeah, I missed it.
Check. King here, and this one.
No, I was thinking queen h3, but queen h2 is always there.
Okay.
So maybe.
But rook c1, I think knight e6 again. This idea is there. But so Pragg.
Bishop g4. Yeah, I was thinking that it might happen. Bishop g4.
But with it,
normal moves they're making.
This bishop g4, believe it or not, is losing once again.
Knight g4. Yeah, you take it now.
Correct. Take. If you take with the h pawn, that is dangerous, because like rook f6, rook h6. Yeah. So you take here and.
Here I think e4.
Yeah, just.
Yeah. Queen d4 check. King g8. Yeah, just.
Do you feel surprised when you see like the bar fluctuating so much?
No, because all these moves, they crossed my mind. So we humans, if we have some patterns in our head, we think in certain ways. Yeah. So any move till now has not surprised me, because all of these were one of the first 3 moves which came to my mind.
Even bishop g4?
Yeah. I thought CD bishop g4. That's what I told you, no? So I was thinking that maybe CD bishop g4 can happen.
Right. He played direct bishop g4, and now Anish is thinking he has 4 minutes 50 seconds. Arvind, thank you for your super chat.
Anish has been struggling in time pressure, no, this tournament?
Yeah, he has been struggling in this event like really big time. And I think it's a little surprising, right? That Anish never usually like collapses so much. And I think in this event, it's just going all wrong for him.
He needs new mouse. And new second. I'm just joking. I think he's with Erwin, no? So Erwin is very good.
I don't know if here who is he with? He was with Aryan Tari, right, at Vaikanze.
No, I think Erwin probably is with that.
Meanwhile, it seems like Magnus is going to draw this game with Shah.
So how did it make a draw so easy? Can you show what were the moves?
A4, King F8, F3, King E7, Bishop B3.
अरे सिर्फ किंग आ गया क्या? किंग आके पॉन मार दिया क्या? It's a bit surprising that Mamedyarov failed to put pressure.
He went rook b5.
But takes rook a4 to he always.
Yeah, this is what happened.
Rook b1 he wanted probably. Yeah, this is just a draw. Oh, Prachi saying Mama Earth does make lip bumps. Okay, ordering.
Just saying as consumer. Yeah, Prachi. Oh, he took on g4. Samarth Prabhu says, Vidit sir, biggest fan of you. Please bless me.
Arey, मैं कौन होता हूँ bless करने वाला? Knight G4 played by Pragg.
No, by Anish. And if HG, we know that this is dangerous and this would be big attack coming down to the king. So FG and then E4 with these two monstrous pawns. Can we go H4? Anyway, E3. And looks really bad for Pragg.
But what is he thinking? Will he take HG?
But HG, Rook F6?
Yeah.
And then Queen D2, Rook H6, King F2. Try to run that way.
Yeah. Choosing it's between
bad and worst.
Yeah. By the way, are you surprised that they are listening to music while they're playing? I mean, I can't do it.
Yeah, I don't think Pragg is listening to music. Pragg is just wearing it, I think, as a part of the protocol.
Anish is the only one who puts earplugs, you know.
I think it makes sense, no?
Yeah, because this is annoying, sometimes to have such big headphones, no? That's why.
Do you think that there is
Anish
this...
is also very careful about his hairstyle. He doesn't like his hairstyle to be, every time before a game, he'll spend 5 minutes at least doing his hair. He'll put this gel and then do this. I've seen him doing that. So he's very careful about his hair. Either that, I think this is more likely. He's more conscious about his hair than uncomfortable with big headphones. Oh, he played Rook F6. He did not go E4.
Wow. E4 was not played, but for what reason? I think E4...
It felt a bit loose, like Queen D4 check वगैरह. ये भी अच्छा है. Like, Rook H6, Knight H3, some threats. Anish is usually very afraid of, not very afraid, he's very cautious when it comes to committing to the position, He will commit E4 when he knows for sure that it's a good move. Like, it really works out. Till then, he wants to improve slowly without changing much in the position. That's his style.
Very interesting. Yeah. It sometimes is very useful, but sometimes it backfires and,
Yeah.
It's
but
true.
of course, yeah.
Mahesh,
now, do you think H4, H5 will be played? Sorry.
But H4, maybe
Rook
that's
H6.
what, his plan was. Rook H6.
H5. I don't know if Pragg will play this.
And then but somehow this becomes like a fixed knight here. He played H4. I think this is happening.
So it's so funny that chess players think so alike. Yeah, the patterns, like the computer might suggest some different move, Rook C1 or something, but it's natural कि okay, H5 close कर दो.
Correct. That's why, guys, when a top player commentates, they commentate more from the perspective of their experience of what the moves are.
So Queen D7 is a good move. I like this. Attacking on G4. Good move. Now after Queen E2, he'll play E4. No, he'll not. Rook F4 is coming. Sorry. He'll play Rook G8 maybe after that.
Yeah.
Just attack the G4 pawn. Yeah, Queen E2 will be played. Or Queen H4. Maybe he's confused.
Queen H4 looks more active and hitting this knight, but still Rook G8 only he will go
Either
for.
Queen E2 or Queen H4. I think Queen E2 is more likely, no?
So if Pragg is in time, let's say Rook G8, to go A4, Rook C1 and Knight B5, then he's starting to create play, right?
Yeah. No, of course. It's 3 moves.
Right. He played Queen H4.
Pragg is active, he'll never go Queen E2. Huh?
Yeah. Pragg always likes to go actively.
The thing is now with black, if you play Knight to F7, white has Knight E4. So it's not clear how will black exactly play. It's annoying, this Knight E4 move. So maybe Pragg will try to make a useful move, preparing for Knight F7, like Rook C1 or something. Maybe once Knight F7, Knight E4 can come,
So if he can't move this knight, but if you go Knight E4 with it, don't you think G4 is hanging?
Yes, but then Queen H3 or something, I don't know.
So like this, and you are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Suddenly white is back in the game. Wow.
Yeah. So maybe Rook C1 will be played.
There was one chat, Mahesh Jairam saying, Vidit bhai, can you say hi to my son Rishan? He's a big fan of yours. Love from Chennai.
Hi Rishan. Hope you're doing well. All the best for your tournaments and chess and career.
Very cool.
Oh, 55 seconds, yeah. Now this game is heating up.
Yeah, Pragg has only 55 seconds. He really has to figure out what to do. His position is worse. He's also low on time, but as Vidit has shown, for black, it's not easy to make progress. Like the knight moves away, the white knight enters.
Rook f3 is very tempting to play. Yeah, he played rook c1, yeah. Now, knight f7 is tempting, but it's, as we saw, it's wrong, yeah.
Knight f7 is a...
It's
But then what to play?
b5, b5.
b5 is the... Yeah, it's the best move.
Yeah, b5 is very nice. Because once you see a move, like you feel it that it's good. Because b5, b4, knight comes to e4, all your pieces are well placed.
Right. But I think if he goes b5, Pragg might go b4, right? Stopping.
If Anish plays b5, 80% he will win the game. But if he does not, then it's anybody's game, I feel.
Don't you think that it's very difficult to make move b5 because all the play is kind of centered around this side of the board?
No. Because
oh, he played it. Vidit said no. And Anish was like, okay with it. If you say it's not a tough move, I'll play it.
Now b4, yeah. Pragg will play b4, no choice.
Yeah, because if once the knight is kicked away and then, Pragg goes knight d1.
Oh, this move feels wrong. Knight d1. I don't like this move.
I think Pragg wants to get his knight to f2.
Yeah.
But
knight g3, no, is always there. Knight f2 actually.
Knight f2 and rook g4 now.
Knight f2, what happens?
Knight f2. No. He took. Rook takes, yeah.
Queen g4, no? Or rook g4?
Rook g4, why not just continue the attack?
Anish's style is to exchange queens here.
Goes rook g4.
Okay, just rook g4. Okay. Queen h3. Or rook c7. Is it a move? Rook c7.
Wow, rook c7. Wow, that is a impressive move. But maybe there's only one winning move here for black. Very tough, right? To see. If you take on c7, queen g4, it seems like white is okay.
Is it queen f5? Or?
Yes, queen f5. And no check. I think the rook comes back. So.
Pragg's style is rook c7.
Oh, he played it. And now Anish has to find the only move, but he has 3 minutes. And I think he will eliminate, right? All the other moves.
It's not easy, queen f5.
Really?
It's not easy. I mean, by method of elimination, because you want to make it easy, rook h4. Rook g2 might also cross his mind, Queen c7 also, it's if he has to eliminate all the other moves and then see, okay, queen f5, because time pressure, queen d8 check is coming, a little bit.
Yeah.
But okay, queen f5 just wins because the queen is trapped.
Yeah, exactly. No, but queen h3?
Rook h5, no? Queen is trapped, no?
Rook h5, anywhere the queen goes. Oh, no, queen h3, rook h5, then you can swing the queen, but already it looks...
then queen b1, rook h1.
Yeah, exactly.
So if queen f5, it's, I think, game lost. But can Anish find it?
Well, that's the point. He has 2 minutes to figure out whether he can play it or not. Let's see if it is possible.
Or will he mouse slip?
But look at Anish. Yeah, today he seems in his element. He's really, like all these days, he was not so much into the game. He looked a bit kind of subdued. Today, he really wants to win, it seems.
Queen f5, very strong move. I mean, he has time. It's not easy, I would say, to make this decision. But I mean, yeah, he played it.
Oh, he finds
now there is
it.
good thing for white. I mean, at least I don't see it. Queen d8, queen d7 or what? Like, I don't see what to do.
Queen d8, rook g8, queen d7. But then can we not
queen
just...
h5, yeah.
Take the pawn.
Just finish. Queen h3, queen e7 he played, yeah.
Queen e7. If he takes here on h5, I think...
Oh, queen h5, rook c8, no? Sagar bhai.
Rook c8, rook g8 could be like slow. So maybe rook h5, no?
Queen e7 was a good move by Pragg. He's fighting. It's still not over. It's still not over. Some practical problems. He has to be careful. Rook h5, I think, is a good move, right?
Yeah, rook h5 is just winning, but...
Yeah, he has to find rook h5. So it's still not over. Rook h5.
Oh, he goes rook g8. That's also good.
It's also good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, actually, it's a very practical move. Queen h5, he wants to threaten.
Right. He wants to take
Good
here.
move.
And Pragg has offered queen trade.
No, Queen b1 and Queen b2.
Queen b1. Yeah. King h2 or rook f1. Yeah, if he goes queen b1, rook f1, then you take on b2. If he goes queen b1, king h2.
Maybe Queen d1 or something.
Putting pressure here.
Queen f7 is good try by Pragg, he's fighting. He's
Hmm.
putting resistance.
Vidit putting himself in the shoes of Anish and trying to see how tough or easy the moves are.
Queen g4?
Oh, he goes rook f6.
But Queen g4, why not Queen g4?
Here,
Was it winning?
Queen g4, maybe rook e7 is the
I
suggestion.
don't know. Queen g4 looks like almost winning.
But he went rook f6 and Pragg could have gone queen d7 as a move, but he goes queen e7.
f3 played.
And f3, wow, that's a good move. Because if rook f3, you have queen f3, he goes rook c3, attacking here. How difficult is just calm e4?
Not easy.
Not easy. He plays it. e4.
Now he can play rook g2, no?
Yeah, rook g2, fg2, and then the black king is super exposed. Sorry, white king.
Yeah, because earlier he couldn't do because rook c8 check was there. Now that rook on e3, I think he'll find rook g2. It's not so tough. But he has to calculate. Yeah, he finds rook g2. King f1. Pragg will play king f1.
King f1.
Yeah.
How can... Okay, maybe rook f2 king. Yeah, he plays it.
I know these kids, they put so much resistance that you have to always keep thinking.
Because they're tactically very alert, right?
Very tricky. Very tricky. Extremely tricky players. See, the game is not over, yeah? It goes on. So you have to...
And the engines are shouting like -11 or something, but it doesn't look like it.
Oh!
What? Queen e8, king g7.
Oh, queen d8, king h7. Oh, yeah. I thought it's like blunder, queen g5. Because queen d8, I thought just loses, but the king comes to h7. Because all the time rook was on c7, yeah? So I thought that queen d8 was queen g5 was a blunder.
Okay. Queen e8. h6 now. Again, try tricky.
Yeah. He played h6.
He played h6. But okay, you can take with everything, right? Queen, rook, king.
No, also his expression, he kind of side there. I think queen h6 might be played. Oh, 23 seconds.
20 seconds for both. The tension is real, guys. The bar is completely in Anish's favor, but the mood does not seem in his favor. Pragg looking a little confident there.
Queen h6, king h6, okay. I would have played queen h6.
Check, king here.
Okay, he wants to go into an endgame. Just very clean.
Because once the king comes in, it also defends this pawn.
Yeah. No, Pragg, now you can see Pragg also realized that the resistance is now kind of not easy. King f5, rook f3, is it happening? Like some kind of move?
Wow. Here, and here.
Yeah.
Looks scary, right? But somehow... Oh, that's why he goes king h5. But
Yeah,
now can we take here and take here?
Rook g5, rook d5 at least, no?
Right. This and this.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to play queen h6. I didn't want to go into an endgame unnecessarily. But okay, it's 2 pawns up. Queen h7. Oh, he plays queen g5. Okay. Now rook g5. Yeah, I think now it's relatively easier to play for black. King g5, rook e4. Yeah, so rook g5 would be played.
Yeah, rook g5, rook h2.
King g6 or king g4. King g4 looks very tempting. Actually, king g4 looks very, very tempting. King g3. King g3, rook h4.
He goes rook f4.
I think rook f4 is
But
good.
yeah, this would have really jeopardized
yeah.
the win.
Yeah, rook f4 was a very good move by Anish. But I don't like this. The queen h6 he could have played, but okay, it's understandable. that
But
he
now,
wanted-
don't you think like take the king is just coming in and d5 falling? So
No, I mean rook f4, of course not. Pragg will never play rook f4.
rook
He
is
keep giving checks, keep having tricks. Rook d5 now. King f5. Yeah, now rook d1 is coming, no?
oh check. And if you take king g6, rook d5 is equal. So
Yeah, king e4, yeah.
king e4 only move. Yeah, he finds it.
He finds it, yeah. He's keeping his calm. The thing is, rook e6, rook e5 is also
Rook e6, rook e5. Nice. Just Anish has to take care of mouse slips and he should be winning. Now you can see his face. He knows he's winning. There's no longer any tension. Vidit, what do you have to say about this? Let's say you were playing this tournament. Would you feel any different playing online that your opponent is right there in front of you? Have you ever played such an event?
no, I have not actually.
And what
But
do
it-
you feel
I don't
like
think-
about
I
it?
think it would be normal because we have played so many online tournaments. It would not feel any different as such.
The same, yeah.
Rook b2 Anish will play. Yeah, you just take the points.
Take on d6. King e3.
Yeah, I think this is the final touch. I think now Pragg might resign in 2-3 moves. Yeah, I don't see any tricks anymore.
Pragg has usually gone on tilt after losing the first game in this tourney. I hope that's not the case today, says Jello. Yeah, that's a good point because
I think regardless if whatever he does today, I think he played a great tournament. So, big congratulations to him for doing so, regardless of the result. So
nice.
it's not easy to beat players like Quang, Liem, Mamedyarov 2.5 half. So, he had some very good days. So that's very commendable.
Amazing. Coming from you who has played all these players, that's a really great thing with it. And also, you have been, I think the game is Pragg was almost going to remove his headphones. So I think the game is almost done. You went to the opening ceremony of National Rapid Championship in Nashik. And now you might go to the closing ceremony as well. So that's a great thing. How are you feeling that the national championship is in Nashik?
It's good. I think the game
the game is over. Anish has won. The score, just to show the scores, guys, before
just to flex the string deck.
Yeah. So there we have it. The game between Quang, Liem and Van Foreest still going on, but draw for Magnus and Mamedyarov. Anish beats Pragg and Duda beats Erik Hansen. Yeah, with it. National Rapid and Blitz in Nashik.
Yeah, of course, it's nice. The thing was, when I was playing chess in Nashik, there were many players around me, my friends and colleagues. But that atmosphere somehow died down. And it's been almost like, 2 decades since I started playing chess. Oh, what a transition. So I hope, it creates a culture of chess in Nashik. I want people to visit Nashik, Nashik to grow. The main aim for this is that Nashik's flights start taking off. And it will really ease my travel burden. So more players from Nashik is equal to more people coming here, more tournaments, means more influx of, tourists. So that's the aim. More flights should take off.
Well, I hope that happens. And with it, you play every weekend, Saturday and Sunday in the Rapid Chess Championship by chess.com. But any other events planned for you?
I'll play Pragg Masters.
Oh, when is it?
June. 7 to 17 June.
Is the players list confirmed?
Yeah, I think almost all players are announced.
Who is there apart from you?
I think Hari is there.
Wow.
Salim Saleh.
Navara, yes, of course.
Salim Saleh. I think Jorden is... David Anton.
Mhm.
I don't think Jordan is there. David Anton. Hmm.
Yeah, so that looks like sorry,
Shanklin is there. Sorry.
Shanklin. Fighting players, yeah, all fighting
Yeah, yeah,
players.
very fighting players. I think, yeah. I have to check. I might have maybe missed. I missed some players, of course, but yeah.
Mm. Okay, so that will be epic, and then the Olympiad. So a lot of chess coming up ahead, and with it, thank you so much for joining
Yeah.
us. It was a pleasure commentating with you after a long time. I think the last time I commentated with you might have been, I don't even remember when. So
Yeah, yeah, I
maza
know
aa
it was.
gaya.
What is this in behind you, by the way? You got a bookshelf?
Yes, yes.
Arey, it was so nice when you used to keep the books yahan pe, on the table, on the bed. What happened? It was so nicely done. She's just too organized.
Suddenly my house has more space, every book is here. Now it looks like, oh, there's space everywhere.
Nice,
So
nice. Very nice.
so
Yeah, I like.
with it, generally what happens is I wake up and I'm doing stuff like writing or video editing and stuff and all of that related to Chessbase India. But when one day we decided to go to IKEA, and from there we got it, and it was a very unrealistic feeling for me that we actually went and bought something for the house, because it's been years since we have got nothing. It's always been home delivered, the books here and there. So
Hmm.
this looks really good. Now I want to
Yeah, it looks very nice.
Mm.
Good, good. आता हूँ मैं.
But before that, I will come to Nashik
Yeah,
tomorrow.
मजा करेंगे, मजा करेंगे.
Looking forward to it. And guys, please do follow Vidit and his tournaments that he's playing every weekend. And also make sure to check out Black Lotus that is behind him, which uh, your head unleash your potential, guys, unleash your potential. So with it, thank you so much for
Thanks,
joining.
man.
And one more thing I have to announce, but this is something which will be soon announced on Chessbase India. I will put that up, but Vidit has done
This is what I
something.
think.
Yes.
Acha, okay. Now I know what you mean. Okay.
Yeah. Just a small thing. Vidit one fine day called me and said that there is app that has been created, and there is something related to it that can help Indian chess players, and some developments have taken place which I will announce shortly. But 3 players who are very close to the GM title will be supported by it, and Vidit has played a huge role in it. So it's a amazing thing, and yeah, we'll announce it.
Yeah, I'm excited. Announcement होगा तब. Yes, it will be very nice. I think especially for the 3 players.
Yes, absolutely. They are all very excited and planning their events. So with it, thank you once again and see you soon. Bye.
Thanks, well, see you.
Whoa, what a transition, guys. What a deadly transition there. And that was Vidit. Always a huge pleasure having him on our streams. Um, such great insights, when he's around, we get to know what he's thinking, and then what is the similar thought process in the minds of the top players. Matlab, maza hi aa gaya. Shardul Pandit says, Sagar bhai, any update on CSL? Anytime. It would be great to see Anish and Pragg in one team. Yes, of course, this is going to happen this year. We are looking at the end of the year to do it. Also, before that, before the Olympiad, I have some ideas of doing something called Chessbase India Originals, and more on that very soon. I will inform you. So guys, the result, oh, there was one game that was going on. Let me see if that has been completed. Yes, that is over. I think it ended in a draw. Oh no, Liem won. Oh, he was winning, right? Liem won. That's a big result. So in a way, Liem is fighting for the title very closely, guys. If you think about it, see, if here are the standings. If Magnus draws with Shah, he goes to 14. Like if he wins the match but goes into tie breaks and all. So he doesn't get 3 points, he gets 2 points. So he goes to 14. Pragg, if he doesn't play well and loses, he's on 12. And if Liem wins 3 points and moves to 14, that would be huge. That would be huge. At the same time, Duda is taking on Erik Hansen, and actually Duda has also won. So Duda also might have chance of fighting for the top prize. It's a close, actually 4 players are in with a chance to win the title today. Siddharth Ranadev has sent some very good information here. Ooh, what is this? How did this happen? No idea. No, it's okay. Yeah, I understand why this happened. Okay, end. Yeah, Siddharth Ranadev has sent the Pragg chess participants are. Thank you, Siddharth. That's very nice. Liem. Oh, Quang Liem is playing. Shankland. Hari. Parham Maksudlu. Wow. David Anton. David Navara. Salem Saleh. Van Guen. Oh, Van Guen. He's a young Czech player. Good player. 2600. Vidit. And 1 spot remaining. Okay, that's very cool to know. What time does the next game start? Well, the next game starts in 3 minutes. Anish will go all out today to defeat the Super Pragg so that his idol Magnus could continue his tournament winning streak, the king says. Yeah, let's see what will happen. Will Pragg fight back? As someone mentioned, when Pragg has lost his first game, he has not been able to come back. In fact, in both the matches, he has lost 3-0 against Duda and Magnus. Will that happen with Anish as well? Pragg is a very quick learner and would try to come back, here. When is Gukesh's next tournament, says Priyansh Joshi. Gukesh's next tournament, I think, starts from today. Tomorrow, he's playing at Formentera Open in Sunway Sidges. Omkar Mandhare says meeting at Nashik tomorrow or at closing ceremony. So Omkar, I think what has happened is that Vidit is coming tomorrow at the closing ceremony. So if you want to meet him, then you should go for the closing ceremony tomorrow at National Rapid. And I would be there day after tomorrow at Blitz. So, and I will be there full day. So if you would like to meet, then I will be there the entire day. Sagar bhai, Grandmaster Chess कब होगा अब next? I am not sure, Jai, but I think I should plan some things in the coming days. Once Nashik is done, I'm going there for 3 days, and then after that, we'll see. Oh, and something is here. Thank you, Amruta. Oh, and there's also challengers at Pragg, which has Abdusattarov, Vincent Kiemer, Shashi Kiran, Niemann, Varmardam, Pekchak, Michalik, Racek, Stocek, Krizanowski. Wow, that's a good. Okay, let's have a look at if the players have sat down on their chairs. And let's bring them on the screen. Pragg has already arrived and is waiting for his game. He looks determined. What do you think, guys? Will Praggnanandhaa be able to strike back, or will Anish continue with his onslaught? Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has come to the board very quickly. When Magnus arrives before his opponents, it's very rare. Because generally, he waits for his opponents to come first and then he arrives. But when he does come early, you know that he's very serious about it. Arvind, what is ending the calculation with opponent's move? Okay, Arvind, I will show you in this game. We'll try to use that. Omkar Mandhare already saw VD. Next dream is to meet. Oh, Omkar, I'll see you in Nashik very soon. Okay. Rosolimo on the board. Both players blitzing out moves. You know, Anish also very well prepared. Both of them know what they are doing. And Anish takes one small thing. I think he's still in his preparation. Take, okay. So quick they are playing. Rockstar Mass, what about chess volunteer? For the Olympiad, right? I'm going to publish another article soon, and you guys should really apply for it. Putting pressure here. Pragg is so well prepared. Okay, C1. Ankit Kachi says it's not Anish is very well prepared, it's Pragg is very well prepared, because Anish is always well prepared. True, both look well prepared at this point, but I think Pragg slightly more, because as you can see, Pragg has 17 minutes 37 seconds. Pragg has 16 minutes 33 seconds. Let me just see on my chess-base board as to how many times has this position occurred before. I think I have, yeah, here. So e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, g6, castles, bishop g7, c3, knight f6, rook e1, castles, d4, d5, e5, knight e4. This is what happened, right? Bishop takes, bishop e3, cd, cd, queen b6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, queen c1. 53 games has been seen before. Main move here is a5, right? a5 also has been seen. Knight c3, 17 games. a4. Oh, a4 is a new move by Pragg. Oh, that means Praggnanandhaa's preparation was slightly the knight c3. Everyone had taken on c3, and here Pragg came up with this new move. And then, but maybe by transposition, we could have had a similar position, right? Because let's say after a4, knight e4, de, knight d2, bishop f5, queen c3. नहीं, कभी भी नहीं हुआ है. So now we are in Virgin territory. It's a new world. It's a new time alive. So b3, queen b4, and now my question to you is, can this be taken? Why is this a blunder? So black to move. Can you guys tell me why is this a blunder? Yeah, very quick. Everyone in the chat finds the move. look at this. The move that I was expecting and which so many of you have given is rook to c8, attacking here, and the right answer is given by Deven Tiwari, Yug Shikhar, Sal's the Music Band, Slightly Scatty, Shri Kumaran, Bhavan Kalyan, Saumya, Modi Ji, Disha, Muhammad Shamil. Queen d5, suppose, played in this position. Then there is another important move to be found here. Let's see who can find it. Black to play. Let's go. Let's see who is the first one to answer. Not easy move, slightly weird move. And the first person to answer this is Arjun Balamurli, Deven Tiwari, Yug Shikhar, Sagittarius, Adarsh Kaushal, Mr. Strange, Ritesh Singh, Sahil Chaniara, Jagmohan Mandre, and Abhishek Gupta. Very interesting way to trap the queen. You know, many of you might think that e6 is the way to trap the queen, but e6 allows queen d6 and also blocks the d7 control from the bishop. So rook a5 is the correct move. In the game, queen takes b4 was played, rook takes b4, and now Anish played a3. Now this is not a good move, and my question to all of you is why? Let's see how many of you, and I'm 100% sure, not even 99, I'm 100% sure that Pragg is going to play this move. Now, let's see how many of you can find the move. Not easy, but also very, you know, it's like you have to eliminate. And Anish is like, whoo! You could see Anish's expression and he was like, what? Pragg didn't play this. And Anish goes b4 and he's so happy now with this position. Anish is like, man, it was a moment of nerves, and the chat is so right here, right on the ball. This was the position that I was asking you for. And rook b3 by Rishi Agarwal, Slightly Scatty, Yug Shikhar, Akshay, Saurav, Adarsh, Samir, Learn with the buddies, Rupali Devi. Yeah, he had to sacrifice his rook here. And after knight b3, a b3, the position is around equal, and Anish would have lost all his advantage, because let's say if you go here, I just reroute my bishop from e6, put it on d5. Let's say even if you start pushing your pawn, I have f6 break, I have c5 break, my bishop activates here, my other bishop comes here. Black has all the chances in the position, but you know, Pragg somehow believed Anish. And he went rook b5, and Anish was like, what is this? b4. Now, what has happened is that these pawns have become very strong. At the same time, c5 is impossible. And rook c1 can go and hit the c6 pawn. So the only way for Pragg to kind of get some play now is to play f6. And Anish simply took, bishop takes, and he goes rook c1, risk-free position, attacking c6 pawn. And now Pragg goes rook to d8. Active. Yeah, the buddy says, I said 100% sure. Yeah, I was actually, seriously, I was 100% sure that Pragg would take it. I don't know. I mean, yeah, sometimes, as you all have guessed it correct, sometimes Pragg does go downhill after a loss. Maybe that's the reason, maybe something else. Maybe he's tired just after this mammoth event where he is, you know, fighting with all the top players, one match after another. Okay, bishop d4. Now, can we take? And a very good move now. And one that I want you to guess, white to play. What should white play here? Today is the last round. So Arvind says, what is the method of ending your calculation with opponent's move? Okay, so Arvind, let's say if I'm calculating here as white, oh, he finds it. Knight b1 is the correct move, and it has been mentioned by Pulkit Pushkar and Yug Shikhar. Well done, both of you. Excellent job. Knight b1. So now when Pragg is calculating, okay, Pragg says that Anish is going to c3. So I need to think, what should I do? So he might say, let me go bd7 and attack his rook. So you can end your calculation here. But ending your calculation with opponent's move says, don't end with your move. This is your move, right? Bishop d7. Now think what white will play. White will go rook c7. Okay. And threat is knight c3 with the idea of taking here. So if you always end, maybe this is not the best example that I gave, but I can show you more examples. If you always end, let's say Anish would have played this position and he would have said to himself, let me take in his head, let me take and play a3, attacking the rook. But he will say, wait, let me end with opponent's move. Okay, if he's white. So then he will say, oh my god, rook b3 is hanging, knight b3, a b3. So you see, this is, he didn't, maybe it was a problem of evaluation. It was not in Anish's case that he missed this move. But at our level, we miss moves because we don't consider opponent's options. So always try to finish your calculation with opponent's move and not your own move. I hope you got that. Knight b1, beautiful move. And bishop d7, rook c7 has happened. In fact, I would say today Pragg may not be playing really well, but Anish is playing very well. Anish is in top-notch form. Magnus has blundered, yeah, that's what you're saying. Let's see. Well, the bar doesn't think so. It was in English. Bishop e7, knight f3, d6, d4, knight f6, take, queen e7, e3, pawn takes, knight takes, castles, bishop e2, rook d8, c5, knight c6, bishop d2, d5. Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov having a very kind of comfortable position here with black. But maybe Magnus goes bishop c4. It seems around equal. Yeah, the position is round about even. What about the game between Duda and Eric? I think Duda today is in great form. What is the current score of Pragg Anish match? Let's put the score in the over here so that people, you know, some improvement, right, on the last day. Scorecard. Anish 1, Pragg 0. Carlsen, I should have done it more professionally, but okay. Maybe it should improve this way. Carlsen half versus Shah half. Okay, let's put these two scores for now and put this here. And yeah, this might be how does it look, guys? Does it look okay? Was this something I should have done on day one, from day one? Alignment center. Make score bigger, very small. Okay. Then I'll go a little smaller and make this bigger like this. Okay. Maybe now you guys can see it. So Duda clearly showing that he is going to score 3 points today, while Quang Liem also has a great advantage over Jorden van Foreest. So the fight for the title is getting intense. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa, oh, by the way, this didn't happen. BD7 didn't happen. Rook D3, he went. Knight to C3. Rook B8. And now he went H4. Just taking away all the back rank issues. Because if you took on A4, then Rook A3 would have come and then B4 would have been weak. So he didn't want it. He just played H4. Nice move by Anish. Now he is not a pawn up. The material is equal. But this is weak. This is weak. Okay, A3 is also a weakness. But I think Black's position is very difficult as of now. What is Anish's Pragg score against Anish? Well, it's written on the screen, but Jatin Gaur says, actually we are not able to find opponent's best moves so quickly. Any tips for it? My biggest tip would be to keep looking for it. And one of the biggest tips is don't try to think that opponent will make mistakes. Always try to find the best move for your opponent. Just try. Just think of your opponent that he wants to beat you. Don't think, oh, he will blunder for sure. In short term, it may give you 1 or 2 victories or even 10 victories, but in the long term, it's spoiling your thought process. So always think my opponent will play the best move in the position. And try to find it. King F8 has been played. PRT says Magnus with the English today. Interestingly, in this tournament, he has played 1 F3, 1 G3, Benoni, King's Indian, Karo Khan, along with the conventional openings, great range of repertoire. Yeah, I think all the players in this online events tend to experiment a bit more. Also in rapid format, you can take that liberty. But Magnus always plays so many different openings. Now Pragg goes King F8. Anish has to figure out how to continue. You don't want to pick up this pawn nor this pawn. Because the moment you take it, the A3 pawn is hanging. So Anish has to figure out how exactly is he going to continue. The engines love his position. They say +3. He's so much better. He's like a piece up. But as a human, maybe it's not so simple. Also, yeah, it's not. Shubham Gupta says, I lose more winning games on time. Oh, Rook E3, I love this move. Shubham, try to play longer time control games. It will help you. Rook E3. Nice move. Of course, you don't want to take here. Once you take here, this was your only active rook. Now A4 is hanging and you really don't want to go there. But if you don't take it, then now next move, I'm all ready to capture on A4 or E4. Not E4 because Rook E3, Fe3 and Bishop E4 would be a free piece. But Rook A4 is hanging. But very nice move by Anish. Yeah, loved this move. You know, it stems from this concept that try to exchange your opponent's best placed piece. The rook on d3 was clear. Like if you think, you know, let's think of it this way. In life, you are facing difficulties, okay? Let's say you are white. For a moment, let's flip it. You're facing difficulties in your life. And you say to yourself, what should I do? Oh, this is weak. I should take it. But this is hanging. Oh, this is weak. I should take it. This is hanging. So what happens is, we are too much focused on what we want to do. And so we are missing that the problem really is this guy here. And there could be such problem people in your life as well. So what do? Well, You go and exchange. Maybe what does exchange mean in real life? I don't know. Maybe you make friends with them. Maybe you stop interacting with them. Maybe you do whatever. I mean, you have to figure that out. But many times it's just identifying which is the piece on a chessboard that is giving you the most trouble and trying to exchange it off. People in the chat saying divorce incoming. What? What? Divorce incoming is just too much. Everything. Hi. You are coming for commentary?
Should I?
Oh, nice.
Should I or should I not?
No, of course you should. And joining us all the way from the bedroom, the one and only
Do you
Amruta.
have to say this dialogue
No, today I
every
should have
single
said.
day?
Today I should have said living room.
Ah, yes, that's the correct thing. What's up today, Sagar? How is it going? The predictions?
Today it's going very tough for Praggnanandhaa.
Oh, Anish is in his element then.
Yes, the score is 1-0.
Amazing. He surprised everybody.
No, not really. Not so much. Of course, he is the stronger player. But I think Pragg made a very, not a trivial mistake, I would say. But I want to ask you, this was the position. You can see like both sides have 6-7 pawns each.
Yeah.
Pragg has bishop, but this is a weak pawn. So a3 was played. With black, where do you move your rook?
First, I'll consider rook b3, knight b3, b3. Is it enough composition? Rook b1, rook b8. This a pawn will rule then. Okay, maybe I'll place my rook on rook b5. Yeah.
Congratulations, and at the same time, no congratulations, because rook b5 is what Pragg played, so that's why congrats.
Huh.
But it's a bad move because after b4 you are very much in trouble. Your pawn is weak and so on. So the right move was to take.
But then knight b3, a b3, rook e b1.
Yes,
rook
and now not
b8.
rook b8, but
that's
bishop e6, and then putting your bishop here or breaking
so
with
you,
f6.
doesn't it matter a4, bishop d5?
Yes,
I'll just
but
keep pushing
the main thing is
pawn.
that I'm faster. My pawns are coming like this, and if you take here, I have already some pressure there.
Ah, oh my god.
So
Timing
maybe-
was important.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Good question that was. Did the chat find it?
Yeah, chat was very much on the ball. They
Yeah,
found it.
यार chat. Everything you find. ऐसे थोड़ी चलता है.
Pragg provoked Anish to go b5, and then he went back here. So
As you said, yeah, Anish is extra careful when playing with Praggnanandhaa today. It's highly possible and highly motivated. I can
Yes,
imagine you're
yes.
playing against Praggnanandhaa, you will have some extra motivation level.
yeah, agreed. I think with Pragg, he feels like he shouldn't lose.
Correct.
Also, like, Pragg respects Anish a lot. I think all Indian youngsters
Yeah.
respect him a lot, because there was a time when Anish was streaming and he invited many of them on his streams. Like I remember Pragg was there, and of course on ChessBase India he has interacted with many youngsters
Yes.
like Gukesh, who was in his team in CSL, Chess Super League, and also with Arjun, if I remember. And so some maybe Anish thinks like, if I beat them, the respect will remain intact.
But Sagar, do you think when you used to respect some very strong players and then you used to play against them, sometimes what would affect is just the respect, yeah? Because you are overestimating your opponent's ideas.
Yes.
How
it's,
much does it really affect?
Yeah, it's quite possible. And the fact that maybe Pragg does respect him a lot could be something. But
I'm not
I mean,
saying that he should disrespect him.
no. It's not about life respect or disrespect. It's more about the chess
Yes.
part. And I think, Anish, maybe Pragg, we think respects him in life for sure. We know that, but on the board, I don't think Pragg has so much of high regard for anyone. Like he just wants to play the best moves, no matter who they are. So I wouldn't accept that Praggnanandhaa is thinking, oh, Anish is a great player and missing moves. You know,
Yeah,
I
that
don't.
way it won't. Like he's at already at that level that ye to nahi karega. That
Yeah.
to miss moves because of this. That's true. But yeah, so Anish is motivated. I think abhi people will when they play with Praggnanandhaa, they will be as or maybe more motivated than they are playing against Magnus Carlsen.
Well, in this tournament, of course, Pragg has played really well, and this will definitely open up new doors for him in future, which has been really amazing. I think this is one thing which the Champions Chess Tour has done a phenomenal job with, is to give some of the Indian youngsters a chance, like Arjun, if you
Yeah,
remember.
Aronian Arjun, who is
Aronian
going to
Arjun.
forget.
Yeah, it just changed a lot of things in, I'm sure, Arjun's belief in himself. And then he has that at that point his rating was 2575, and now he's 2680, and it's hardly
More
been
than
8
100.
months, 9 months. Although Arjun himself says one decision in particular has helped him to boost his rating, and that is
Kasim Zana, right?
no. I mean, maybe that as well, but he is leaving the college that he was in 12th grade, and he quit that, and he dedicated all his time to chess, and this is what he says has helped him.
Wow. Sachin says chess is very psychological.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, this
Sachin
looks
also says
equal.
16 puzzles on 16th birthday with Praggnanandhaa is an amazing video. Highly recommended.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe when his 17th birthday will come up in August, we'll do with him.
Sagar will remember all the birthdays of chess players. Mera bhul bhi sakta hai, but baki.
With you, if I do, Amruta, I have to collect like 40 positions and.
Okay, Sagar, that's not true. Otherwise,
So rook b8, and Anish taking his time here, not making a move. Yes,
any counterplay here? Sorry.
what was the move played? I think, no, not played yet. And Anish is really going low on time. He's gone down to 4 minutes. Aryaman Mishra says Indians sometimes really not doing well in the last rounds of the tournament.
Actually, it's a good point.
I don't know. We are seeing Indians winning so many
yeah,
events, like Arjun winning Tata Steel Challengers. But yeah, in this Champions Tour Chess Tour events, yes, I think that might be true.
Emotional damage. Everyone loved your joke, Sagar. Wow. Ha ha ha.
Okay, what is the move that you would play here as white if you were Anish Giri? Because Anish is thinking from maybe 5 minutes already. So let me know in the chat what would be your move as white.
I'll tell you something. Animesh Jain says this Arjun story has inspired me to leave my job. I too have to prepare for something and was on the fence. But I get it. To get something, you have to take a dive.
Yes,
Oh.
possible. And I mean, all the best for it. Take a measured call, and I think, yeah, it can help. I was actually speaking with Anuradha, who's at our place. Anuradha, who was at the commentary yesterday, Anuradha Beniwal. And I was just mentioning to her how each and every youngster who is right now doing well in Indian chess has had a very different path to the top. Like, no one is following the same route. Everyone has different routes. Some are really making sure that they balance their education as well. Some have simply left it. Some have trainers right from childhood. Some have kept changing trainers. Some have worked a lot on online chess. Some have just not played much. So yeah, by the way, chat has come up with a great move here. Anish went king h2, but it's not the best move. The best move is rook c4. Ram Gopal, Ramineni, Rishi Agarwal, Parji, Tanay Bhagwat, Divyansh, Prachi, Rupali, Yug, and Arya Shah. Rook c4 with the idea of putting pressure here was the best move, but he played king h2, and now Praggnanandhaa, well, he's not back in the game or anything, but let's see how it continues. It's not so simple to win this, as we can see from Anish taking so much time.
Any counterplay for black which you see, Sagar?
Maybe rook d2 attacking f2 is one idea. What do you do? Yeah, like after rook d2.
Yeah, how do I protect f2? King g3 maybe, but yeah, king g3.
And now I'm looking at
basically you
d3.
stop knight e4 as well, right?
Yeah, this pawn is loose. I'm going rook b3 next. So I feel like this might be the way in which...
Oh, can black hold this?
It has to... I mean, Pragg until now has not had a draw in this event after he's lost the first game. So let's see if he's able to hold it.
Also, people have asked what happens for bishop b7.
Yeah, possible. Rook c4 maybe. And if you take bishop b5 now, then rook b4 loses a piece.
And it's a pin. So we are at which position right now?
Yeah, this is the position. And let's quickly check what's up with Magnus and Mamedyarov. Wow, Mamedyarov, actually Amruta, he seems to be beating Magnus in his strength. Where Magnus is strong, like this is an equal endgame. But Mamedyarov outplayed Magnus in an endgame, like knight d3, knight e8. And Magnus made a very rare misjudgment here. He should have just played king e2. And if knight d6, maybe knight b2 here. Let's say like something like this. And knight b2. And yeah, he could have held on. But he played a5. And Mamedyarov says, thank you so much for giving me an outside passer.
That rook pawn against the knight. But Magnus went for it.
Yes.
So what thought he would have had? Okay, knight a6 was not a need.
This would trap the knight.
Right.
So, I mean, the knight is in trouble there. So, he went knight a4. But now after knight c7,
still lost?
It seems difficult for white because black is planning to go knight e6, knight c5, trade the knights here, and then push his pawn. When the white king will have to go and stop, you take on c4. I still have one more passer here, and my king may enter and take this pawn.
So king pawn endgame, yeah? So Sagar, instead of knight c7, did black have any better moves?
I'm not sure, Amruta. But right now, the moves have been played. Magnus Carlsen is looking in a difficult situation after knight c5.
e4 has given another... Awesome. e4 has given the d4 square. It didn't matter, kya? This is all calculated.
Yeah, knight c3 and now
Magnus is playing
a4.
very fast. Can you keep the cameras on?
Magnus unhappy. And you know, Amruta, if Magnus loses today, then Pragg...
what happens if Praggnanandhaa also loses and Magnus also loses?
Then I think most likely Duda or Liem would become the champions.
Oh, yeah. Too many people in the race. Too many.
Let's look at the game between Duda and Erik Hansen. Duda better in the position, having this passer here. Meanwhile, Pragg did go bishop d7, and we had discussed this move. Rook c4 is what we were looking for.
Burger says mosquito checkmated by Sagar Bhai. The roommate says machhar marne ke baad awesome, which means as difficult to win. Okay, let's see if Praggnanandhaa is going to do the difficult work of actually holding this position, which is possible if Anish goes low on time. And also rook
you know,
endgame
Amruta,
will
here,
give generally some chances.
this
So
bishop
can't be
d7
totally hopeless.
ke jagah, if he had played rook b2 b3
Yeah.
was much better, but bishop d7, now a4 pawn hanging, and you can't take b5 because of rook b4 pinning the bishop.
So now if you play rook b2, does it help in any way? Because what is the rook endgame? Rook b2.
Yeah, rook b2, rook a4.
And now bishop b5. At
Bishop
least you don't
b5.
have rook b4.
I may not even take this because I want to keep my knight. I'll take this. I'm attacking here. Let's say you try to defend.
b7. And what is
now,
the rook endgame if you take on b5? Knight b5?
Maybe drawish, Amruta. This is drawish because with one extra pawn I can block it with both my rooks. It's not easy. So I must keep my knight on the board and I must try to keep on pressing like knight d5, put pressure here, or a4, a5 could be ideas. In the game, he has taken on a4. Meanwhile, in the game of Magnus versus Mamedyarov, Mamedyarov seems to be totally in control, but Magnus has started to push his kingside pawns and creating maybe a passer here with f5. This is not easy. This is not easy as white. Maybe the way in which Mamedyarov can win here is knight e6, f5, take, knight g7 attacking here. And you might think
King
that,
F4.
let's say, yeah, king f4, then king c5, and my knight stops these pawns, correct?
Oh.
And my king comes in, and then it's just very difficult.
And even if I get f6, your knight on e6 blocks beautifully.
Yes, f6, absolutely, knight here. But what about e6? Because I was thinking take and here, but I have at least knight h5 and I pick up this pawn and then here. So, wow.
Mamedyarov is beating towards the end.
But no, it's not simple, Amruta, to find this plan with knight e6, knight g7.
Really? It's not easy?
Yeah, he finds it. He finds it. Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov playing really well today. Actually, Maurice Ashley said something very interesting today in the pre-game show, where he said that when Magnus has the motivation, like he has things at stake, he's very difficult to beat. Because today, let's say, if he wins the tournament outright. No one can catch him. So that's a good enough motivation. So if someone can beat Magnus when he's so motivated, that requires very special effort. And if Mamedyarov can beat Magnus today, that would mean a lot than if, let's say, he was playing him in round 1 or round 2.
This is such a good point.
Knight g7, attacking f5. Let's say king has to move up, because if you play f6, my knight settles down here on e6 and the black king is all ready to enter.
That too, Mamedyarov being black.
Yes, and that too in endgame, which
Look at Magnus. He's so unhappy right now. He's so unhappy.
Because Amruta, he's seeing it that this is hanging, and if he goes to save it, the king is coming. There is, in endgames, sometimes there is nothing you can do because the pieces are so less. How do you even create counterplay?
Exactly. That is why he's unhappy. कि कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा है यार इधर that way.
Yeah.
Siddharth asked, are there no knockouts after this round?
No knockouts. This is round robin event. This is straight finish. Today is the last day, final day, dosto. Today is the last day. And by the way, Anish doing just as the doctor ordered and just as we had discussed. He takes on e4. He keeps the knight on the board. He picks up the e7 pawn. Pushes h5.
This is winning.
He's just
no chance. Here there is no chance.
Playing fantastic.
It's amazing. Like Anish is able to, beat Praggnanandhaa in this style right now.
Yeah.
When he has not been able to perform the tournament so well, it's not easy. So that's where it comes again. Form is temporary. Class is permanent.
Absolutely, yeah, Amruta. This is what you said is so correct, because Anish Giri has had such a tough event, and actually everyone was thinking that today Praggnanandhaa is the favorite against him.
Yes.
And to come out swinging like this, winning 2 of his games is amazing. Meanwhile, a very interesting result has happened where Jorden van Foreest beat Quang Liem because till a point, Quang Liem was better as black. You know, look at black's position. He's doing really well, but he sacrifices a piece, then takes on c5, queen f6, takes. Black is doing well still. So I'm very curious to know where did things go wrong. I think slowly and steadily they just went downhill.
Yeah, I think the black king. Oh, this rook sacrifice. Look at this.
Yeah.
What happens? He took. Was there a perpetual only as such?
I think here king h8 maybe was better, but e3 was
E3 was a blunder.
blundered because check, king here, check, queen here, and mate. Wow.
Oh, not a mate,
I mean, you're
but
losing the
but he
queen.
missed this. Liem. That's hard.
Meanwhile, Magnus, Amruta, something has gone. Like f6 was played, knight e6, and he went king d3, and now king d7 by Shah. Maybe he wants to move his knight and bring his king here.
Yeah, knight c5 check.
Yes,
No, but then king
h4.
d4.
But Mamedyarov has only 2 minutes 34 seconds. It is not going to be easy.
Good enough, no? 2 minutes. Oh,
h5.
h5. Not the best move in this position, but why not? Are you playing king e4 here after h5?
Well, maybe the best move here was knight d8 with the idea of knight c6 and king e6. Maneuvering the knight, but okay, let's say h4, h5.
Now king e4. Is it the move king e4 a problem, or is it king c2 with the idea of king b3 the problem? Oi.
Sorry, what did you say?
Is king e4 or
Yeah.
king c2 the problem? Like
No, king c2, maybe
With that
knight
king
d4 stopping this.
king b1, king
Like,
e6.
let's say
The
here-
king is too far. No, king b1. But the
But
king
then
is
knight
too
f5
far.
and take this pawn.
Both rook pawns, so it's a
Yeah.
problem. So king e4, not king c2.
King e4, yeah. And then what does black do is a good question, because not so
If
simple.
knight c5 check, then there is king d5. Then I don't think that should be good, right?
or even king f5 maybe, Amruta, just
you're going
this
to
way.
king g.
But yeah, king d5 maybe is also better, because now my king is active. Let's see what happens here. And Mamedyarov going, Magnus having 1 minute 54 seconds. He has to play king e4, I think. He will find it. And Anish Giri here. What?
Kya?
Oh my god. Anish has just made a huge mistake. He was better here. Rook e7, 2 pawns up, just winning. But he goes rook c4 and absolutely misses this move. Bishop f1, and look at Pragg. He's right there because f2 is hanging. If he had pushed f3, g2 was hanging. All of a
Bishop
sudden.
no, he missed bishop f1.
Yeah, he missed that. And now rook f2, Praggnanandhaa back in the game.
Very alert, Praggnanandhaa. But bishop f1 was a move that could have been missed. It's not an obviously all the time a move you will consider. So definitely.
Absolutely. Take on f2 now.
Oh my.
If he takes there, Pragg is back in the game and he snatches the pawn and asks Anish. Well, things are no longer clear, and now not to go king h6 because knight g4 fork and you will lose the rook. So king g8, good move by Praggnanandhaa. It looks like as if he might get checkmated with these pieces, but there are no checks. I mean, rook c8, king g7.
For a while, but what if knight g6 with the idea of rook e8 mate?
Ooh, knight g6, but Amruta, rook g2, and you can just... No, maybe interesting, yeah?
No, there is rook a3 check also later.
Check. King h4, you can't take this because rook e8 mate. But maybe I go rook e2 stopping your check. So it's still very complicated. Meanwhile, he's gone knight g4 and now threatening knight h6, rook e8. So many ideas here. Pragg has to be careful. He has two moves. One is to go rook f8. The other is rook e2.
Yeah, in 10 seconds, I think he'll go rook f8 because that's
But he
safer.
takes the pawn. He takes the pawn. Even that is fine.
King f4.
King f4 played by Anish. And now get your rook in there. Don't give him... I think Amruta, rook ae2 is a big mistake.
Oh, Q?
Because of rook f3 trapping the bishop. What a weird trap.
What about rook g1 but knight e3?
No.
No.
Here, maybe now rook b3 because your rooks are not connected anymore.
So rook b8
So
is a
he
mate.
had to play.
Beautiful.
Amruta, look, Pragg,
Beautiful.
very, very sharp. He finds here because now when you play here, my bishop can come out.
Correct.
So that is what has happened. Amazing play by Pragg. Very tactically, very alert because,
Yeah.
I mean, you could have played either of the rooks,
Yes.
right?
And even Anish didn't have much time. He had only 10 seconds.
Yeah,
7
both
seconds.
players down to their very few seconds left. Now anything can happen. I still feel that the black king is under some pressure here with the knight and two rooks lurking around. Check.
But rook and
Only
knight,
move.
it can always be a
Only
mate.
move king f8. Otherwise,
Perpetual knight f7, knight f6. Is Anish going to give
no,
that?
no, no. Anish is going in with his king. He wants to still play for a win with king h6 or king takes g6.
The bishop on g2 stops that rook g2 check. So it's good. Praggnanandhaa has to find right now what to do.
Pragg has exactly 15 seconds
Rook
to
f2.
decide.
Maybe rook
look,
f2.
look at Pragg, you know, he's just, his eyes. You can only see his eyes. Rook e5 check, good move, take here, and now bishop e4 check. That would result in at least the knight and bishop getting traded, and then this should be drawn.
He's played.
Yeah, he's played it. Now it's relatively simple, I feel, because when you go here, I start giving you checks.
And now Pragg is relaxed.
Draw by Pragg is a huge result.
This
because
is such a losing position. Look at Anish. He's also
Anish.
now.
Anish just made this
understanding.
one
Look
error.
at him. He's so unhappy that how could he get in such a position?
Yeah, true. But I think Amruta, kudos to Pragg for not giving up, for fighting till the very end against a top guy like Anish. And you know, Anish's face is like that realization when it dawns onto you that you messed up. And Pragg, you know, drinking water. As we know, when the result is beyond doubt, he drinks water. Oh, they trade and the rook pawn. Wow, a draw there for Praggnanandhaa. Anish not happy with what has happened, but now the score 1.5. Okay, still in Anish's
Yes.
favor totally. But quickly, let's go to Mamedyarov. Oh,
Here also some mess up has happened.
yes, Magnus
My
Carlsen
God.
seems to have held his nerves here and seems to be holding a draw now, Amruta, with
What went wrong? I don't
knight
know.
g3, king e5, h5, king f6, h6,
King g6,
king
knight
g6,
f5.
knight f5. Oh, he goes
Oh, but
knight
knight
f4.
f4 was a
Was a
mistake.
blunder.
Why again?
Oh, again he's winning. But okay, just
Yeah,
to
now-
show this line to our viewers, knight g3, king e5, h5, king here, h6, king g6, knight f5. And with your king holding these pawns, knight holding
But
this
there
pawn.
is there can't be a zugzwang. A4 aega.
Yeah, you push this pawn, I move my king.
F6 okay. You have
I move my king. I keep my king here. You can't take this because this queens. You can't move the knight because this falls.
Get it.
Nice position there. But now, after king b3, this is winning position. a4 check.
Oh, so knight had to go to g3. It was an important square. The maneuver knight f4, knight d3 is losing, na?
Now king f5, king g4. Magnus knows the game is over.
But Magnus had got this chance. Why did he miss that again?
Well, it was not easy. That's why, Amruta. It was not easy. Magnus and Pragg will be in the same boat with 1.5. Meanwhile, Quang Liem losing means that his task of winning this tournament also seems to have got a hit.
But
And
does it matter how many games, how many points does Magnus score in this match? ऐसा
yes,
फर्क पड़ता है?
absolutely.
Okay.
Eh,
Shashank says I missed it because chess is difficult.
Yeah, chess is
Yeah,
tough.
sometimes when Magnus is playing, it seems like for Magnus everything is easy. Like even if chess is tough, for Magnus it's not tough. But no, it is chess.
Mamedyarov knows that he's got the game in the bag because Amruta, after you take on h4, my knight and pawn defend each other and the f pawn is all ready to move down the board.
Yeah, Magnus knows he's unhappy. Magnus is very unhappy.
No, now
Look
Amruta,
at him, no?
can we take this? We can't.
Look, he's going to resign, I think.
F3.
Look at him, he's resigned.
Yeah, resignation there. Mamedyarov has the satisfaction of beating the world champion with the black pieces in an equal endgame. Like what started as an equal endgame, he's beaten him there. Now, the tournament has been thrown open like anything. Let me explain to you what has just happened by showing you the scorecard right now. Look at this, guys. You are in for a treat because these are the standings, Amruta. Right now, Mamedyarov is now leading with 1.5. Okay. Quang, Liem and Jorden is 1-1. Pragg, 1.5 against Anish. Duda is 2-0 up against Hansen. Okay, so now that you know the let's go to the standings. Magnus, if he loses to Mamedyarov, will remain on 12. Praggnanandhaa, if he loses to Anish, will also remain on 12. Duda, if he beats Erik Hansen, moves to 14. So Duda will. And Liem, who is actually 1-1 against Jorden, we don't know if he will win or not. Actually, what has happened in the match between Duda and Liem starts to become very important. Actually, this is an important thing. Let me.
Is it Duda versus Liem or Jorden versus?
Duda Liem has already happened.
Yeah. This is Jorden versus Liem, I thought.
Oh.
And Duda versus Hansen.
Duda has beaten Liem. No, 1 second. I'm just. No. Oh, Duda lost to Liem. So actually, Duda has a very bad tie break, Amruta. But he might have the most number of points.
Correct. It may not even matter. True. So let's see. Actually speaking, in this match, like in the night endgame is, as they say, it's very similar to King Pawn endgames. That one move.
Oh, like Duda beat Liem, they are saying. Okay, maybe I'm making a mistake. Duda, wasn't it?
Oh, then though he has a great chance.
No, guys, Duda lost to Liem. It was his birthday, remember? And it went all the way till the Blitz games and then he lost. So.
Hey, but come on. Praggnanandhaa and Magnus, like they are of course going to fight. It's not going to be so easy.
Oh, but imagine that Magnus and Mamedyarov go 2-2 and then he wins. Okay, like Magnus, suppose. So he moves to 14. Okay, then because he gets only 2 points in that win, not 3. Okay. So he moves to 14. Pragg, by chance, okay, beats Anish also after tie breaks. He moves to 14. Duda beats Erik Hansen, moves to 14. Liem beats Jorden and moves to 14. Then we have 4 players on 14.
Yeah.
And then when there are 4 players on 14, then it is not direct encounter between just these 2 players, but direct total number points scored between all 4. And there, I get a feeling that Pragg might have the best tie break.
I swear. I mean, all those.
No, maybe not. Because he lost to Duda and Carlsen. Yeah.
All those who are preparing for JEE, please make all these calculations.
Not JEE. This is CET, Amruta. MBA question.
Acha, okay.
Yeah.
CET, जो भी है. So this will be really a thing. Please calculate. अच्छे से लिखना chat में. Who is going to? But it's really not easy. Amazing. नहीं ये नाइट एंड गेम में तो यू मेक वन मिस्टेक इट्स रियली लाइक किंग पॉन एंड गेम्स एंड it's a mess up. It's very complicated. One wrong maneuver and it's over.
Yeah.
They're saying cat question. It's CAT.
Cat, not CET. CET is also there. No, CET is also there in MBA, I think, no? Or not?
No.
Cat, sorry.
Cat question. Oh, Vidit Gujarati says, isn't CET for engineering?
Sorry, bhai. Sorry, Vidit, bhai.
Patak se.
Today Vidit came in commentary. Did you know?
मैंने सिर्फ दूर से देखा उसका चेहरा था तो I thought he came to teach you some dance. So अच्छा he came for commentary क्या?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to ask him about the dance because you know Amruta, it is something which I was he gave this challenge right to me
exactly.
And I was watching the video थोड़ा carefully to see if I have any possibility of doing it.
मतलब है क्योंकि 2 दिन जब वो डाला और मैंने बोला कि सागर तुमको ये करना है तो बोला नहीं मैं नहीं कर सकता हूँ ये मैं नहीं कर सकता. मैंने बोला don't worry, Vidit will train you.
No, but it seemed so difficult. It was like you put one leg, then other leg,
तो Vidit
then
कौन
first
सी
leg,
आसान
then
चीज
left,
करता
right.
है?
It was too many.
Yeah.
And what I've realized is that when it comes to back things, like doing like 10, 12 things back to back, I'm very bad.
अच्छा, only back to back क्या? But the point is, what you can do is with it, you can have only 5 to 10 minutes, and then you can teach him only 5 to 10 minutes. उसमें जो होगा फिर सो होगा.
No,
That's
5
it.
to 10 minutes. I was just really, and you know, I also thought this way
अरे
that if
Vidit
I'm
का
in,
skill है ना,
if
वो
I'm in a
कैसे
prison,
सिखाएगा तुमको?
if I'm in a prison and they have given me this video and I'm 1 year in prison and all I have to do is memorize this step, and when I come out of it, I have to do it perfectly. Then they will leave me like that. Still, I thought it would be tough.
बाप रे, इतना बड़ा चैलेंज, मतलब ये तो बहुत ही सीरियस ले लिया है. यू तो लव चैलेंजेस, फिर तो ये होना ही है. और विदित को तो क्या ये
So,
सही है.
just to show you guys that
आसिम सिंह हो जाएगा सागर भाई.
Asim is our real master, and you know, Asim can. I think I know what Asim is going to do. What he will do is he will say, "Do these first 2 steps only, like this and this." Then he will take that shot, clip that. Then he'll do say next, do these 2 steps only.
Sagar is trying to,
And you know, guys, this is the thing about life. If you are not good at something, you can have people who can help you become good at it without becoming good at it. That is the thing.
इतना ज्यादा हो फिर मुझे नहीं लगता विदित तुमको छोड़ने वाला है विदाउट यू एक्सेप्टिंग द चैलेंज. सो मुझे भी देखना है हाउ विदित टेक्स द चैलेंज ऑफ टीचिंग यू. आई एम गोइंग टू गिव हिम द चैलेंज ऑफ टीचिंग you in only 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. By the way, one guy has just come here and said, I just went for a few minutes because I thought Pragg will lose. And how did he magically draw that game? So for all the people who have missed that moment, it came somewhere around here where Pragg was 2 pawns down and it seemed like everything was over. But Pragg said, "Jhukega nahi." And after knight c6, rook f7, he attacked this pawn. Now, if his opponent was scared, actually this moment already became slightly tricky, Amruta, because if you go f3, then I still have bishop f1.
Correct.
And you can't defend this. So you have to play a move like rook e7, but in your head, you're like, but this is hanging. So take, and
Knight
now...
e5 is a 4. But I can defend still. Rook c7. Isn't
And now,
it still...
now the question to the chat...
How many people? At least 100 people. No, 200
let's have 200 people to answer this, guys. Can you find the win for white? White to play and win. Do you take this bishop here or do you do something else?
I'm not a board ass, sir. I'm going to buy a chess book. What book do you recommend? I'm an intermediate player.
If you are an intermediate player, I'm not sure. What is your rating like?
What is the style like?
Yeah, it's not simple.
Build up your chess 1 if you want to have a continuous series, maybe. Chess structures, maybe reassess your chess is generally what Sagar likes to recommend as well.
Yeah, reassess your chess is a good book. If you want to do end games, then 100 end games you must know is a good book. If you want to do middle game, then maybe woodpecker method. There are many good books, but it depends a lot on your level. If you're an absolute beginner, then maybe chess course could be a good book. And look at this, Amruta. In our chat, we have had close to 138 people, 143 people giving the answer.
Wow.
Mitesh, Paras, Laukik, Akshaj. I'm not a bot. Oparin. Oh, Oparin is watching it. Yes. Hello, Oparin. Chess codes, Shubh, Veer Singh, Shri Kumaran. The correct move is Rook c3. You pin and you win. You know, Amruta, sometimes in such positions, you can go like Rook e7, attack the knight, force him to take, and then pin him again. But, okay, it doesn't work here because you can just unpin. But sometimes it's a good idea. Meanwhile, very quickly, Amruta, can we just have a look at this end game?
Yes, what went wrong? Where exactly did
Oh, but should we finish this Pragg? Sorry, I just wanted to finish that analysis of Pragg
Yes,
game
please.
because we were looking at this and we came to this was the win. This position, and then bishop c4, knight c6, rook f7, and here Anish went wrong with rook c4 because bishop f1 was a very powerful move, and now you can't.
But actually,
defend
now
this
that you
pawn.
showed the depth of it, I don't think it was very easy to, at
Yeah.
that point
No,
to
this
understand
I think knight c6 itself is a slightly inaccurate move because it's still winning, but you have to be very
perfect. Yeah,
perfect.
you had to be very perfect. But other than knight c6, what
Oh,
was the
match
simpler
started,
one?
Amruta. Game started. Can we go to the games?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry guys. Very sorry.
अरे बाप रे इतना ज़्यादा अरे this line.
this line, अपना line.
Oh.
The dull line, endgame line. I'll tell you how this line is, guys. It's a 9 to 5 job line. where you know everything, how your day is going to be. You get up, you get ready, then you go to office, then you sit, then you know whom you're going to talk to. Every day is the same. It's the same line. And basically, Amruta, I'm actually surprised that Pragg went e4 because Pragg had gone bishop g5 against Magnus. And after bishop e7, if you remember, e3, castles, bishop e2, knight c6, queen d3. Remember this game?
Yes. No, I mean I don't, but now I do.
a3, b4, and that had come.
Oh yes. Queen b1 पे रखा था उसने then yes, right.
So e4 is a more how do you say? It's a more direct. Oh, why didn't I put the cameras? Yeah, sorry guys. Cameras are here. So it's a more direct way to play this position, but also it's more figured out. After takes, check, takes, knight g5, bishop e6, and a3. Oof. Look at Anish. Anish is trying to recollect his opening because a3, this is the thing about Pragg. He's always the first one to surprise his opponent. Why? I'll show you guys. And now you will realize the importance of chess base and mega database, which I keep on telling you guys because I always check all these things here. So e4, d4, knight f6, c4, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3. नहीं क्या कर रहा हूं मैं? c5, cd, ed, queen d4, ed, e4, de, takes, knight g5, bishop e6, and you will see 112 games have gone knight takes e6.
And all the strong players, like even if you show the move of knight e6, all
many strong players. But a3 only 5 games. But look at the guy who's played it. I don't know if Vidit is still in our chat.
I doubt. I think he's preparing for his next dance.
No. But Vidit had played this against Quang, Liem, and Praggnanandhaa has taken a leaf out of Vidit's book. Also, before that, Urkedal Frode had played. He's a player, I think, from Norway who had played it. So, and there was Basso Pierre Luigi, also who's a GM who had played it. So, few players had played it, but Pragg, very sharp. He is wanting to surprise his opponent before they can surprise him.
No, but if Vidit has already played this, then Anish knows it. So why is Anish right now so tensed somehow? It's like I don't remember this. Why have I not revised this? That feeling on his face. Look at him.
No, he played rook c8.
Yeah, but it still is like he doesn't remember it.
Yeah, sure. Now Pragg also is thinking, Amruta. So let's see if Pragg has some move up his sleeve, or it's just.
But has it played rook c8 already, Sagar? Has it been played?
Rook c8. We can check. By the way,
there's a super chat. Ding dong.
the
says,
super chat is very funny. But
Thanks for inspiring me to play chess, and in a month I have reached 452 rating. I am thinking of quitting engineering and pursuing chess full time. क्या बात है बढ़िया. कब तक?
well,
I'm assuming he's not serious, but you can be serious also. Why not?
but okay, if yeah,
Take a leap.
knight bd7, g3, 2 games, and here rook c8 is the new move, because in the game of Vidit, bishop c5 was played. 4-way tie would make Magnus the winner. Shashank has already worked it out.
शशांक कैट में मतलब वो तो हो ही गया उसका.
But let's see what is the thing is. He has 2 wins outright, 1 loss. Liem second, 2 wins, 1 on tie break, 1 loss. Duda third, 2 losses, 1 on tie break, 1 win. Pragg fourth, 2 losses, outright 1 win. Nice, Shashank.
Oh.
Well done, Shashank.
Awesome.
Making complicated things look easy. It's just like how GMs break complex calculations, and then you're like, oh, I could have also done that. But after he did it, it started looking simple.
Nice.
Meanwhile, guys, please do subscribe to ChessBase India. Our aim was 901,500. Today, very few people have subscribed. So please make sure, and also like the stream. And let's get back to chess. And by the way, this what we just saw right now, if anyone is interested in preparing like professionally in chess, and I always say that if you are ready to work on chess seriously, only then go for it, because it's not something that if you're just doing it for fun, you might not be able to make best use of it. So it's the first link in the description, ChessBase 16 and Mega Database. And okay, Pragg takes on e6, f e6 has been played. Now can we go bishop g2? I think he might go bishop g2, and then knight c5 protecting this, and we castle.
So what is the time difference? Praggnanandhaa is thinking more, right? So what do you say knowledge wise, this position favors whom?
No, I think this is equal, because after bishop d6, let's say rook e1, I go, what do we, maybe king e7 I was thinking, and then if you take, like such a position, I think Pragg might be aiming for something like this. It's a risk-free edge, because the e6 pawn is slightly weak, but I think there are enough resources to hold a draw here.
Exactly. I mean, is this the best?
Yeah, this might be the best that.
Not that. Was this the best choice to go for as white?
Maybe not.
In a must-win
not.
situation, I must say, right? Because as black, it may not be so easy.
But I think Pragg has learned his lesson to keep the match going on, because if he loses this game, it's already over.
True.
So he's more like, let's keep it going. If I get my chance, it's good. If I don't get it, draw is also okay. Let's look at the next game then. 2-1 would be the score. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen here has played an opening which is so dubious, Amruta, which is so dubious.
More than f3?
No, I mean, just look at this position. He might lose, and Shah, the match is over.
I feel he has taken his queen on h5 so to provoke Shah to go for g4 in the future.
Okay, let's just go through the opening. It was some kind of a line. I mean, it's just very simple play by white. b3, knight f3, and now h3. So this queen h5 move by Magnus was such a not a good move, because d5, and he was already equal here. I mean, at least having a good position. He went queen h5. He thought that Shah will castle, and then he can go bishop h3, then play knight g4 and launch that typical attack.
Too strong.
So Shah said, I don't have to castle. With my rook here, I can play h3, and next move I can go g4, and your queen is almost trapped. So now Magnus went h6, he went g4, queen c5.
Bishop e3 maybe another tempo, or you don't want to?
No, then he
you don't
goes
care
here.
about the queen.
Yeah.
You don't care about the queen.
But the thing about this queen is that it's very precariously positioned. Let's say castle. Okay. Now you want to move your queen away, maybe go back. But what is happening is that you have lost a lot of space. I will go knight d5, maybe rook e1.
Queen के बहुत सारे moves हो गए. And but did it happen? Like, did he castle?
No, he hasn't played this yet, Amruta. But he has gone bishop e3, just as you said. Bishop e3, queen a5.
Are they going to repeat any chance?
Queen d2. Shak says I'll continue. h5.
h5 I like the move because anyway it is forced. वैसे भी. Yeah, it's going to get complicated because h5 के बाद the g5 is forced, right? What else? Like, you don't want to open up the position. So g5 forcing the knight to go where? d7 or h7?
Knight e8 maybe.
Knight e8.
Yeah, he goes g5. This is getting very intense because knight d5 is also in the air somewhere. Knight is entering in the center. Okay, Amruta, very quickly, Praggnanandhaa has played his move bishop h3, but I am a bit doubtful of this move because let's say after knight to c5, I am defending this, also planning here. So I'm sure Pragg will castle because he doesn't want to lose the castling rights. And then bishop d6, and this is exactly what Black wants. Black wants the king to come to e7 and defend this pawn, but before that he wants the bishop out. See, if you had played here, say king e7, this is just a mess.
Correct.
Because it's like you want to get out. It's all attack gaya hai.
No, it's a nice position.
But knight c5 castles, bishop d6. Now if I go b4, so that if your knight moves, I can pick up this pawn.
Yeah, am I not winning that pawn?
He will go knight d3 attacking this here.
Oh, because you played b4.
If you go bd2 now, then after king e7, okay, there's bishop e5 also, which is very powerful. But I'm just showing like king e7. This position is just what black wants.
Correct. So itna easily you cannot go for b4 and all with the rook on c8. So white, every single move for white has to be thoughtful.
Also, Amruta, this is a very good example of how sometimes going for a one move idea can really backfire. And I have a feeling that, okay, I'm not saying that Pragg is losing or anything, but definitely he doesn't have an advantage.
So then are you also saying that bishop h3 was not the best move? Like, he should have avoided playing that move?
Which one?
Bishop h3 last
Yeah,
move.
yeah, bishop g2 was safer, Amruta. Bishop g2 castles, rook e1, try to win this pawn.
The whole idea is putting pressure on the e4 pawn. That would have led to equality maybe. Then he's trying to do something.
Right.
What did Anish play?
Anish is still thinking. Anish might also go for a more stable idea, Amruta, with king e7. Because then he can put his king on f7 and continue. Let's see.
Oh, we have a message from our member who is the pillar of Indian chess, Vivaswan Damle, member for 17 months. Wow. So he says, hi Sagar bhai, amazing to see the videos of CBI Club. Hard to travel from Pune. Will try to join there soon. If both Pragg and Carlsen lose, does Praggnanandhaa win the cup? Hello to fellow Punekar Amruta. Oh, hi Vivaswan.
Hello Vivaswan. Thank you for making use of your message so well and covering everything. We are hoping to start something in Pune soon. So maybe you don't have to travel, but okay, it will take some time. Until then you can, at some point, if you're in Mumbai, Amruta, he was king e7, he didn't play knight c5.
But was knight c5 not the most natural move?
It was, but maybe he didn't like bishop e3.
So knight d3 check.
Knight d3, king d2.
And then you take on b2, right? 1 second, can we try those moves?
Yes, here, but then bishop e6.
Rook, yeah, okay, rook c6 maybe. Rook B1 also later you have. Oh, now itself.
No, I don't know, Amruta, but this might be good for
Okay,
like bishop
good.
e6, rook c6. I don't know where the bishop goes. Yeah, maybe rook
Great.
hb1. So that a3 is defended.
Ah.
But the thing is that you don't need to play this. You can play this move. And the point is that after you take and try to, or maybe I can take with the rook actually. So that now if you take here, maybe king e7, and black is just better, you know, like rook d8, next move. So in a way, knight c5 was a very important move that Anish had to go for, but he decided to go king e7, and now after Pragg castle, he's gone king f7 as we had thought. But after rook e1 or maybe bishop g2 back attacking here, it seems like white should be able to equal, at least they have an equal game.
I think white definitely has initiative with the king on f7 would always be slightly weak. Development में तो और time लग रहा है. I agree. At least Praggnanandhaa can at least think of, you know, possibility of beating Anish in this game.
Correct.
Though too far, but there is.
Okay, I think also what did Vivaswan say last that I missed?
He's asked for the.
If both Pragg and Carlsen
there
lose,
we have Shashank ne pura calculation.
then I think Duda or Liem might win. Let's just have quickly Duda's game.
Yeah.
Duda with black is equal, so if he draws, he is through, Amruta. He has won the match. So he only needs a draw, which is very likely with black here. He is 2-0 up. So Duda will move to 14 match points, 14 points in this tournament. Let's look at Carlsen versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Queen c7 was played, and now very important for Mamedyarov to take this with the bishop, not with the knight, because if he takes with the knight, he is losing. Can you guys find it? What is the winning move for black here? Very quickly. You see, pins are there everywhere.
Shashank says, cat मेरे बस की बात नहीं है, though I'm happy with my music and music technology. Oh, music technology भी, wow. किसके बस की क्या बात है?
Knight c6, and yes, our chat as always is on the ball, right?
Abhinav, Ashpreet, Tejas, Aniket, Chess Codes, Sagar, Deven, Balaji, Vedant, and Paras Bhoer. Well done, guys. Well done. Okay, so he's still thinking here. No, he has played bishop c6. He has not missed it at all. Very sharp. Bishop c6, and Carlsen goes rook b8. Now white can go for knight d5. It would be very strong. I mean, what happens for queen c6? One more question, guys. That would be a blunder. Very quickly, let me know what happens. Yes, Abhinav, Paras, Rishi, Veda. चालू कर देना.
Oh, 97. Amruta has found given a question. Abhinav, Paras, Rishi, Arjun, Sanskar, Vedang, Abu, Harsh Thakur, Death is Invincible, and Krish Bafna. Okay, so what did he do? Did he take with the bishop? Yes, he did. Bishop takes c6 did happen. Then rook b8 happened. Knight d5 also happened. Okay, queen c6 did not happen. Oh no, but he didn't play knight d. He played bishop g2 back. He had to play knight d5. But okay, bishop g2 is fine. a5, knight d5, queen a7, castles, bishop e6, rook d1, bishop d5, and well, White has the bishop pair. White is a pawn up. So Mamedyarov in a great position, may even win this match with this victory. What about the game of... Let's get our two players who might possibly win this tournament. Quang, Liem and Duda. They both here. They are not playing each other, but we'll have them on the screen just to see. So first of all, Duda is very comfortably holding a draw here with black. I mean, at least doing pretty well. So should be able to reach 2.5. But what about Quang Liem? He is playing with the white pieces and he is better here because he is an exchange up. How did he win an exchange so quickly? Here. Oh, here. Bishop here. G4. Knight A4. Bishop here. Wow. He's maneuvered stuff amazingly well. So Jorden was cramped and so he sacrificed an exchange. Takes and okay. So this is Liem is in good position and Shashank says currently I think Liem is best placed to win the event as he's winning the game 3 against Jorden. He just would need a draw then to win. Pragg has the worst tiebreak. Yeah. But meanwhile, what about Pragg? If Pragg manages to strike back with white, he would equalize the score. But looks difficult because Anish very solid. Knight c5. Actually, Pragg had a good move here. Oh, 1 second. Guys, Pragg played bishop e3 here. Instead of that, if he had played bishop f1, I think what Pragg was maybe confused is that knight d3 looks strong. But here he had a powerful move. Can you find it? Can you find the powerful move that Pragg had here? Which his rook is hanging, but he has a very good move. Let's look at what the chat suggests. You guys are confused between knight e4 and rook e4. I think one move is good. Rook e4 might not be the best move because of a very important move here. Rook c3. And then after b takes c3, I don't take knight e4 when you can take here. But I'll go knight c1. And if you take here, I'll be a piece up. And if you move your rook away, then I will escape with my knight and win the game. 2 pieces for a rook. So the right move here was knight e4 actually. Because if knight e1, I have bishop c4. And if knight e4, there is bishop d3. And one of the pieces will fall. So good job for all those who said knight e4. Aniket, Chess Code, Saurabh Gupta, Ajay B, Soham Saha, Rishi Agarwal, Aishwarya D, Aryan, Peter Parker and Arun Rooney. So going back, knight c5, this was one chance, I think, bishop f1, but he went bishop e3, knight d3, rook e2, bishop c5, knight c5, knight to b5. And this is not a good idea by Pragg because it seems like after rook d8, his position is getting a bit problematic. I think Pragg should have continued with rook d1 or rook e1. Both these squares for the rook were good. The moment he played knight b5, which is a very, very tempting move to give a fork here and also win a pawn, Anish said, take the pawn, my friend. I'm not going to give you a fork here. Okay, Pragg said, thank you, my friend. He actually took this. But after knight b3, he is in for a big, big surprise here. Look at Anish, very relaxed on the screen. He knows that he has actually won the game. Match is over, guys. Match is over. Why, you may ask? Well, the reason is that after rook ae1, there is a classy winning move, and I will leave it up to the chat to find this winning move. Well, the thing is, this knight is almost trapped. You see, the only move that comes out is knight b5. So here you can actually control the b5 square with a tempo, and this is exactly what the chat has done. Knight to d4, attacking the rook, and if the rook moves, let's say somewhere, I don't know where, rook e3, there is knight c2 also, but even that, maybe I can just trap your knight here and win it. It's game over. So knight d4 given by Arav Arora, Aniket, Danny Nomo, Rishi Agarwal, Splinker, Slightly Scatty, Mr. Strange, Atishay Jain, Akshaj Patil, Balaji Shankar. This tournament is going to be such a anticlimactic end, I think, because everyone was thinking either Magnus will win or Pragg will win, but it has so happened that Pragg is going to be he's going to lose this match. Look at him there. He just has his hand over his eyes. He is very upset with what he has done. It's the pain of, taking a very, very risky decision with knight b5. But Anish this time doing what Pragg does in his winning position, opening his water bottle and drinking water. He knows that the match is over. And maybe Pragg can resign already. He goes rook c1. He might make a few moves out of inertia. But yeah, this is over. Asim says, why did Pragg take on a7 look like a poison pawn? Well, Asim, I think his entire idea starting with knight b5 was mistaken here, because when you say A, you have an idea of giving this check and this. The moment opponent defends this, if you don't take this, then why did you play it? Next move, I'm anyway going to kick you away. And so he said, let me say B. But Anish was like, okay, say B, say D, whatever, say C. I'm just winning now with rook a4. Rook c1 takes, rook c7, but okay, maybe rook d7, just piece up here. So Anish is going to win this. He will also win the match because the score is 1.5. And what about Shakhriyar versus Magnus? I think this game is still complicated enough for Magnus to hold a draw. I think Magnus is going to play out of his skin here to hold this draw here. Let's see. Are they going to draw the game? Is Shah going to repeat? They have repeated it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Isn't it a draw already? Or he just has to play this one move and it's a draw. And Carlsen would be like super happy if the draw happens here, because Shah can... See, I'll tell you how to count. Bishop e4, king h7, 1 time. Bishop e4, king h7 twice. Bishop f3, king g8. So now if bishop e4, that would mean the position has been reached. Like this was the first time this position was reached, 1 time. Then this was the second time this position was reached. And now if he plays bishop e4, it's a draw. So it's in Shakhriyar's hand whether to take a draw or not. What do you think, guys? Will he accept a draw? No. You guys think he won't take a draw? Yeah, I also think he wouldn't. But if he does, then Magnus with white is in a must win in the last round. Well, it's been such a great event for Pragg. It's a pity that it's ending in this way, because he has played so well. at least he's played like first 5 rounds really well. Yesterday with Duda, also he fought well, but he lost 3-0. And today with Anish, well, it was very nearly going to be 3-0 because he was also lost in the second game, but he fought back and drew, and now he might lose this. And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has fought on. Wow, that is great news for all of us here, because it means that he is not really he wants to finish this match in 3 games. Take on c5, dc5, and here is a very cool move. Guys, remember this idea, white to play. What would you play here? This idea is very important to remember. White to play. Actually, I'm thinking, how does it work? It's a very important move. It's based on en passant. Oh, d6 is there. Ooh, d6 and chat also very quick. But now just bishop 8. Yeah, all of you wanted to play that. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. But I think there was a better move than d6, because now it's not so simple with this structure, this bishop which can go to d4. Look at this. Actually, the idea which I was talking about was the very nice move. Let's see how, if anyone in the chat had found it. Yes, 2 people, Mitesh and Chess Codes, was a4. So first I thought that you can't take here because a2, a1 will queen. But the point of it was that I'll go rook a4 and win your rook. And if you go queen d8, I can anyway take here and I'm winning. So d6 was a very powerful, was a decent move. Actually, a4 would have been stronger. Now after take, I think Magnus has realistic drawing chances in this game. Let's quickly check what's happening in other games. Duda still under control. So still on course. But white is very slightly better in this game with knight f3, and maybe if Eric pulls one game back, who knows? Whereas Jorden versus Liem seems to be clearly better here with an extra exchange. But again, it's not simple with this powerful bishop. It is very similar to Carlsen's game. Sometimes bishops and pawns can really cause problems to the rooks because this bishop defends here, defends here. Pragg has resigned in the game, and which means that Anish Giri has won the match against Praggnanandhaa. Yeah, tough luck, but guys, all praise for Pragg for what he has achieved in this tournament. Also, kudos to Anish for coming back strongly after a very tough event. Shows what a great player he is. But for Pragg, I mean, as Vidit mentioned, it was... Oh, by the way, Magnus, it was a great performance by him. What did Magnus do? Why was he upset? Did he... Oh, he just blundered big time. After King G1, he played D5, which was a huge mistake. What is wrong? How does Magnus make such errors? I don't know. It's just lapse in concentration, or did he just like... Okay, I mean, you have this great structure and your great bishop. You bring your queen in and keep fighting. I mean, it's not like game is over or anything. You can play, this pawn is weak, king is slightly weaker, and black king is safe. He goes d5 and he just literally forgets that rook c5 pawn is hanging. Am I right? Or was there some trick he was angling for? I don't see the trick. d4 and queen d3. It's over. And guys, Magnus is going to lose this match because now after queen a2, even if you chop this, I go check, you go king h7, this has happened. And now queen f3, queen coming in, rook coming in. Over. This is done, dusted. Oh, Chirag Dadarwal says he wanted to play Queen D5. Oh my god, it's a mouse slip. Whoosh. Mouse slip by Magnus. Man, this tournament has so many mouse slips. It's just insane. I think he wanted to play Queen D5. Maybe he did something like, I don't know, touch the pawn. Then he was like, okay, I can't play it. Or what? Maybe touch the D5 square and not the king. I don't know how that mouse slip might have happened. And you can see there Magnus playing with his headset. He knows he has lost it. F7 is hanging. What to do? Really upset there. He's not going to win this tournament. And suddenly two guys on your screen have the chance of their life to win this tournament. Duda and Liem. We never thought that. Yeah, Magnus has resigned the game, which means Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has won the match against Magnus Carlsen. Wow. Wow, what a result. What a huge result. The world champion has resigned the game. Yeah. Mouse slip playing a big role there. But okay, I mean, Mamedyarov was not going to lose that. It could have ended in a draw. But now Magnus has lost the match because he was trailing 1.5. And with this victory, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has reached 2.5 points. And now, okay, guys, it's clear. Either Duda wins or Liem wins. Here is Liem, who has to find Rook F5 check, King H4 and mate this king. Because if he does not mate this guy, then these pawns are dangerous. Oh, Rook G8, not a good move. Not a good move. King H5. Right move is King H5. If King H4, Rook F5. He has to find this. Why this? Because after check, Bishop moves in. And then it's okay. Okay position for... So actually, because that was the thing that was happening, he had to first go for this check and then Rook G8. And he would have won, because now if Bishop G5, there is Rook F takes G5, takes and mate. It's a mate. But he makes a mistake and King H5 was played. Rook F5, Bishop G5 has been played. This means that Liem is back. Jorden is back in the game. Are we in alternate universe, says Navneet Chaudhary. And what about Duda? I think Duda now has a great chance. Has the best chance, no? Amongst everyone. Isn't it true? Because the score in the match of Liem and Van Foreest would be perhaps Liem also has a chance. But Duda going G5 is such a... Arpit says if Liem loses, Pragg is in top 3. How? Yeah, sure. If either of Liem or... Duda is not going to lose this match for sure, I think now. Because he's 2-0 up. Yeah. Shashank says even if this game ends in a draw but I don't know if this will end in a draw, guys. It seems like black is better now. F4 this is crazy game. Let's focus on this game. These pawns are coming down the board. These two rooks have to somehow manage to checkmate this king. If they do not manage it, this pawn is 1, 2 and 3 steps away, backed by the rook. Okay, let's try. White has just 1 minute 13 seconds. Will Liem be able to find a draw? His only way is to play F4. Now this is pinned, so black will play B3. Now the only move again is Rook H8. threat is a nasty checkmate with rook g5 and rook h6, because this would be pinned. So rook g5, king h4, rook 6. So here king g6 becomes the only move. Then you have to take here. I think all these is very tough to achieve, but is possible. Take this, rook f5 check, king e7, rook e5, king d6, rook d5, something like that, and a draw is coming up here. So f4 played by Liem. Let's see now. This is very interesting. Nikhil Jindal says that wasn't a mouse slip by Magnus. Okay, we will get to know in his interview whether that was a mouse slip or not. But guys, first of all, Jorden has to push his pawn to b3. Look at Jorden calculating there. If he pushes to b3, what are the chances in the universe that Liem finds rook h8? I think pretty good, right? Because if Liem is thinking about fg5 and sees b2 and there is no way to continue because b1 is coming with a check, then he will find rook h8. But it's such a tough b3. Now rook h8, can Liem find it? It's not at all an easy move. Oh, he finds it. He finds it. What a nice move by Liem. That was so difficult. And guys, now the threat is rook g5, king h. Look, if b2, blunder, mate in 2, this is over. So let's not go there. King g6, only move. Only move. You can't even go king h4 because of rook g5. Same trick. So he goes king g6. Now fg. Very good move. Threatening rook h6 mate. Right? This is a mate. So he has to take back. There is no time for b2. Now rook g8 again finds the only move. Oh my god, is Liem going to draw this? Now check. Check with the rook. That's the only move again. Or maybe rook e g5. Oh, rook e g5. How does that work? b2? Rook f5 check. Anyway, so why do take that pawn? Let's go check. Liem has 47 seconds. Amazing play by Quang Liem to find some only moves to hold this. No, he doesn't win if he draws. The score would be 1.5, 1.5 if he draws, and then it will go into the final game. But I mean, that would give him such good chance. Oh, he takes rook g5. And now c3 was a winning move. c3 would have won. Wow. But b2 check. Oh, and now it's a draw. Why is it a draw still? I don't understand. Maybe rook f1. Guys, this is still not over. You know, if he had gone c3, king g7. Now, very important. Only way is rook f1. And if c3, you have rook c5. But if he had started here after rook takes rook and c3, check king g7, rook f1, c2, black is winning. Rook f1, he makes a rook, take. Oops. What happened? My board just vanished. Maybe it just couldn't take the heavy duty analysis of this game. I'm very sorry. It just vanished away like in thin air. I'm wondering what just happened there. Okay, that means the game has ended in a draw here between Jorden van Foreest and Quang Liem. What a great result for Quang Liem. I mean, he fought like anything. And also Jorden, well fought. Now going to Duda's game. Is Duda in trouble here? Is Erik Hansen going to win this? And then the scores would be 2-1. So now Okay, rook d3. I think Duda has 1 minute 54 seconds. Eric Hansen not so happy with his position, but great fight shown by the Canadian GM. Can you put Duda and Liem scores? Okay, that's a good idea. I can do that. I'll remove this, or I'll add another text, right? H4 has been played. So Liem is on 1.5 versus Jorden, who is on 1.5, and Duda is on 2 versus Eric Hansen, who is on 0. So these are the scores. Okay, let's continue. Knight d7. Now this time I think Duda will be able to hold this here. Can Pragg win the tournament, says Kavan Takwani? No, Kavan. The best he can get is now 3rd place. Sagar, give poll for Duda and Liem. Let's know what fans like. Okay, good idea. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Who do you think will win? Or who would you like to win this event? Because I think it would be one of them, Duda or Liem. Knight c5. Careful now, there is a threat of, let's say, rook g7 and knight e6 taking up this pawn. Bishop h6. Rushikesh says Duda and Liem would know that Pragg and Magnus have lost. Maybe now Duda might not be aware as such, because he's just completely focused on his game. Maybe they have on the side like what are the results of other players, but I don't think he must be thinking about it, because if Duda, oh by the way guys, this is turning around. If he plays here, knight e6 check, king e4, knight takes g5, king d3 is piece up. So I think for Duda something went terribly wrong here. He had to go king h5 and he would have been okay, but he went king f4, which was a mistake, and knight c5, rook g6. He has played bishop g5 or what? No, not yet. He's still thinking. Here. Is there a twist in the tale that Duda might lose this, then Eric might win the next one? But great fighting chess by Eric Hansen, yeah. I thought after 2 losses, there's no way he was going to make a comeback, but he has. Now Duda is on Eric plays king f2. Nice. He's just putting up the pressure here so much, because bishop here, king e2, rook h7, and now guys, look at this move, rook g1. The idea of rook f1 and knight e6. Let's see if we can find it, because rook g1, you go rook e7 back, Knight d3 check, king e4, rook g4. Wow, that is massive. But to find rook g1 in 20 seconds is almost impossible. So I don't think he's going to find it. He might go rook e6 because knight e6 there is king e4. Knight e6 there is king e4. And then rook g4 there is king d5 and he will attack the knight. But rook g1 is the winning move. Oh, he didn't. He played what? King d3. And now, yeah, king f3. He goes king d3, king f3. And now rook e6. Again, still a lot of play in this position. Duda has to find something like bishop d8 here. It's literally very tough. Oh, he finds it. Finds it. Great move by Duda. What a game this is. What a fight this is between two champions. Yeah, two players fighting very hard. And now bishop a5. I think now Duda's king is also safe, not in a mating net. And he also has equal pawns. I don't think that he's going to be in trouble now. Look at Duda. He's like, everything's good now. And if Duda wins this, then he is at least winning the match. Check. Notice carefully. This is hanging. So careful there. King c4, king c2. He goes king c2. Bishop b6. And rook f6. And bishop e3. By the way, in the chat I had asked Duda or Liem, and our chat has said 66% to Duda, 34% to Liem. And look at this. Eric is like, I tried so hard and I was so close to victory, but in the end Duda has managed to escape. That's what Duda is so good at. Just continuously fighting, continuously finding resources. I think it's somehow, I don't know, it's just the way he's made up, you know. He just keeps on finding resources all the time. Aniket Rane says, Sagar, what are your thoughts on the candidates' pairings? Well, in a way, I mean, how does it matter who will play who in the first round? In a way, because, okay, everyone is going to play each player twice. I need to check who is playing whom in the first round, but I'm very excited for the tournament for sure. Carlsen, Pragg both losing was something no one thought. Yeah, well, Shiv Shom, according to the calculations that have been done here, Duda is still, yeah, Duda would be a favorite, but if Liem wins, he's the winner of the tournament because he has beaten Duda in their personal encounter. Mayur, hello Mayur, says good night. Mayur, how are you? Feeling sad for Eric Hansen, mate lost almost all matches in this tournament. True, but you know, yeah, it's a tough event for Eric. Look at him, he's just gone outside the frame there. Yeah, coming back. P3. You know, this is one of the reasons why I feel that being a professional chess player is sometimes important. You know why? Because let's say if you are in Eric's shoes and you are Eric, if I'm not mistaken, is not a professional chess player, right? He streams and he does other things. But when, let's say Praggnanandhaa, if he had a performance like Eric, he would have taken each loss as a learning experience. But when you're playing chess once in a while, you don't really think of it as a continuous thing in your life. At least that's how I think. I really would love, if I'm playing continuously, I'm learning on the go. By the way, now the e4 pawn is hanging, the knight can't move much, okay, because c5 is hanging, so a draw is happening. Yeah, Sagar Rathod says +3, +4, -3 isn't a bad result for Praggu. True. Meanwhile, Duda manages to dodge a bullet there and is now the leader of the tournament. He has moved on to 14 points. Duda's score is 2.5 and Hansen has half, so he has won the match. So now it's very clear, guys, that next game, okay, Liem does not even have more than one game, right? Because if he draws the next game and it is 2-2 and then he wins in the tie breaks, he still gets only 2 match points, which would mean he will end up at 13. So Liem has to win this next game to become the champion. And if he draws or loses, then Duda is the champion. So I think I'm going to stay awake. I'm not going to end this stream and I'm going to commentate because it's like the title match. And I want you guys to stay back. I know you enjoy commentary of Indian games, Magnus games, but let's just stick around here and see how Quang Liem, who is such a wonderful player, how does he fight when the title is at stake? Does the pressure get to him or does he rise to the occasion? We'll get to see. Standings देखना है, show scoring table. Okay, let's look at that. So here's the match update. First of all, Magnus losing to Shah, correct? Praggnanandhaa losing to Anish. Duda winning against Eric. And Jorden and Liem draw. So now if we look at the standings, they are not updated yet. It was last round. Pragg and Magnus both remain on 12. Duda has moved to 14 because he got 3 points. Liem is on 11, right? And rest of the points don't matter from the tournament perspective. So Duda has moved to 14 and Liem is on 11. He's on 1.5 score. So if Liem wins, he will also move to 14. But if he draws and wins in tie break, he will move to 13 only. So if Liem wins right now, he will move to 14, and because in their personal encounter, Liem had beaten Duda, he will become the champion. So guys, will you stay back? Let's write down here about what is needed. If Liem wins, he is the champion. If he draws or loses, Duda is the champion. Yes, everyone says we will, many say that they will stay back. So thank you guys. I am very glad that many of you are interested. And by the way, The games have begun. Let me get the player face cam on the screen. Let's just enjoy chess between two world-class grandmasters. And there you have it. It's very simple. I've put the thing. Oh, by the way, moving very fast here. Playing theory may be dangerous, yeah, for Liem, because this is all seen before, if I'm not mistaken, in many games. Knight f1. Jordan knows his openings. Okay, just so that you know how many games have continued this way, let's have a look at our Chessbase and Mega Database chessboard, because that is where we can see. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, right here, castles, knight e4, d4, b5, bishop b3, d5, de, bishop e6, c3, bishop c5, knight d2, castles, correct? This is how it continued. Knight takes f2, rook f2, f6, ef6, bishop f2, king f2. 1000 games, guys, 1000 games here. And knight f1, we have 588 games. Knight e5, we have 553 games. Let's see how the game continues. Bishop e3 has been played here. 483 games here. The main move is rook a e8. 423 games here. And for now, Liem is thinking. So you might think, wow, what are these guys playing? Such a sharp line. But then you will realize that there are so many games already played. The reason why knight takes f3 is not so good is because after gf3, white is doing okay. Check here, king g1. Akash Raja, I think Vidit played this variation in the World Cup. Akash, it was similar against Duda, slightly different line, I think. Or maybe it was this only. I'll tell you how it was different if I can just find this game, Vidit Duda. I searched the game in the Mega Database and will try to tell you. Yes, so it was a different line. I'll tell you why, but the concept was similar. How it went is this way. After bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, it was not even knight e4 here. It was b5, bishop b3, bishop c5. The archangels a4, rook b8, c3, d6, d4, bishop b6, a5, bishop a7, h3, bishop b7, bishop e3, knight e4, and this is how it went, because then it went like take on e3, take on c6, knight f2, and this is how, because you remember it here also they have taken on f2 and in that game, but it was from a totally different opening. But anyway, let's get back to the game after f6, takes. So many people ask, what is stronger? Oh, did he take? No, he played rook a8, of course. He knows his stuff. Rook a e8, bishop to c5. Now knight takes f3. By the way, if you play bishop takes f8, I move my knight away, give you a check, and then pick up the bishop. So that's not good. Takes with the pawn. Rook f7. Knight to g3. Bishop g4. Attacking the f3 pawn. King goes back. Queen takes f3. Queen takes f3. Rook takes f3. And rook f1. Jorden van Foreest playing the opening like a pro and making sure that Liem gets no advantage, to show you guys that this is actually happened in games before. I'm sure it has happened because it looks so logical. Rook a e8 happened in 444 games. Bishop c5 in 354. Knight takes f3 in 240. G takes f3. Rook f7 in 238 games. Knight g3 in 89 games. Bishop g4 in those 89 games. Here, I mean, he could have taken with the bishop, but then queen d3 would have come. So he took with the queen, and then takes, and then rook takes, and then rook f1. 41 games. Sorry guys, but this is modern chess. We are on move number 22 and it's played 41 times. But how many times in an actual chess, in an over the board game? Oh, there is this game Mikhalevsky. But if you look at the results, like I can just click on result, there are a few white wins and black only has won twice. So actually speaking, the opening choice hasn't particularly been great by Liem. So after rook f1, h5, rook f3, bishop f3, we reach this position. Debhargya says, is it a good idea to play such a well-known opening in a must-win match? I don't think it was a good idea. You know, Debhargya, it is very tough to know whether it's a good idea or not. But generally, top players prefer playing something which is a little less theoretical than this in a must-win game. You're right. Because now there is really no chance, I feel, to win. It's just playing for two results. Like let's say if you go rook e1, check, then after king f2, I'm attacking this and this. So that's not good. And if you were to play rook e6 and I play bishop f5, rook e5, and then bishop d4, I'm kind of stabilizing the position. I mean, your rook cannot enter, my bishops are well positioned, my knight is well placed. On the other hand, like it's just two schools of thoughts. One school of thought says, I'll play what I am good at. It doesn't matter if the game is going to end in a draw, it will okay. Other school of thought is like, let me take things in my hand and let me play something slightly dubious. I want to win. And then they sometimes lose and everyone is like, why did you play that? So it's very much possible that Quang Liem at some point would have tried something different to win in a must-win game. And then he would have lost horribly. And from that experience, he decided that whatever is my opening preparation, let's play. Because in chess, chances come out anytime. Tanay Bhagwat says, it's funny how the limelight had been on Magnus and Pragg all the while, and Duda comes quietly and takes the trophy home. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and by the way, rook e6 was played. And Jorden, see, if he took here, then all of a sudden you get your chance. Like you take, and then now maybe rook e2 or a5, a4, g5. I mean, here black will have chances. So Quang Liem is looking for such chances. But you know, with a strong player like Jorden, it's not going to be easy. Rook c6, And now bishop d4. I think just put the bishop on a central strong square. Truth be told, says Sagar, what books are you reading right now? I just am about to finish the Shoe Dog book. I think I've 20 pages left. I've been reading it for quite some time. It's on the story of Nike founder. And apart from that, I think the other book that I'm reading are there are many actually which I'm reading. I don't even know. There is something which I found. It is a very good book. I just want to share it with you. Maybe I'll share this. It's called The Simplest Gift, but I'll talk about it when the game ends, right? And then maybe if someone can remind me, it's a small technique which I read in the book, could be useful. Bishop d4 has been played. So if so this is how the standings will work. Duda will win most likely now, but too early to say because this game is still going on. But if it ends in a draw, Duda wins. Then they will go into a tie break. And if Jorden beats Quang Liem, then Quang Liem will move to 12 points. Yeah, but still he would go ahead of Pragg. No, Pragg has beaten him. So then Pragg can finish third. And Carlsen Liem, no. Actually, then it gets complex, right? Liem, Carlsen, Pragg. Pragg losing to Liem. Carlsen losing to Liem. Pragg beating Liem but losing to Carlsen. Liem beating Pragg, but then the individual scores come into the picture, and maybe Pragg has the best one because, or no, Carlsen has the best one because he beat Pragg 3-0 and Pragg has the second best, and something like that. Yeah, so then maybe Pragg is third somehow magically. Take. Okay. See, many times a question is asked, is the rook better or two pieces? So can anyone tell me when is a rook better and when are two pieces better? Let's have a discussion on this subject. Himalayan Houdini says coordinated pieces are better. Shashank says open board rook is better. Okay. Rook is better if there are open files. Professor T. Knight bishop is better than a rook. See, many of you have given the right answer, but let's just try to see. First of all, this bishop is on a pretty solid square. It's like an outpost. Even when the rook, let's say, moves here, I'm just giving an example. Let's say you go king g2 and you go rook c4 with the idea of c5, then b4 stopping c5. This entire setup, the bishop cannot be moved. So in such positions where your minor pieces have solid squares, the minor pieces are well placed. If there is a passed pawn in the position, okay, like for example, let's say black somehow magically manages to create an outside passer. For example, let's say instead of king g2, you play say b4. Okay, just trying to show something interesting, but let's say rook e6, a4, and say a5, something like this. And then in such a position, just something's gone wrong. Guys, one second, just trying to get this board back. I think something went wrong. Got hung up. Just 1 second. Here, 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 this one. And I think the board is here. Oops, sorry. Yeah, here. Okay, so once you're able to create passed pawns, rook becomes better. But when there are no passed pawns, so in this position, clearly it is favoring white because his pieces are securely positioned, and also there are no passed pawns. b4, king g3. Guys, let's focus on the game. We will b4. Good move by Jorden. Excellent move, cementing his bishop on d4. You can look at Jorden. He's so focused here. He knows that he has his chances. Also, there are some tactical opportunities, you know, with the knight jumping here. These pawns are a bit weak. I like Jordan's chances here. Sawmill says if the pawn structure is not symmetrical, then the rook is better, right? Well, in a way, right, you are, Sawmill, because when the pawn structure is not symmetrical, chances of creating a passed pawn are higher. So that's the reason. Passed pawns are the main thing. Rook plus passed pawn, very strong against two pieces. Arka says, I face issues playing against the gambits, especially Vienna. Black seems to have an advantage out of the opening. I didn't get you. Which Vienna? Can you write the moves? Ayush Chauhan says, knight f5 is a blunder. Yes, because of rook f4, right? Yeah, wouldn't play that move, but just keeping in mind that some possibilities are check. Can we go king here? Because this check may not be the best move. He could have activated his king up the board. After check, king g3, check. Yeah, his point is if you take here, then rook f2 with the idea of attacking this and this. So maybe Jorden can remain very patient and go king g2. And then he can go like here, and then again be patient and push the pawn. And then he can come up and then a check and then take the pawn. And then this is not hanging, so you can play h4. See? I don't think it's very easy to calculate that way. So he took here. Now attacking this and this, h4 has been played, but rook a2. So you see Liem has managed to create some play. With this play, what he is trying to do is he wants to play a5 very soon. Tamjeet Alvi says the position looks draw to me. Yes, but I think black has to be accurate. Because if you are not accurate, some check here and you lose this pawn. So king f7, I think that will be first played. Also, Liem is a tremendous defender. So, okay, how about this endgame? Take. I think check, then king f5 is winning because after you take, king takes, king e6, I will just round up all these pawns, right? So, king f7, good move. Debargia says this is one of those boring, complicated, highly technical GM games. I understand, Devargya, but just enjoy the just enjoy the game in the sense that try to look at how they play, how they are accurate. Because see, you might, oh, look at this, Jordan has, I think, gone wrong. He took the pawn, and now a5, excellent move by Liem. And this is what we were talking about. It's all about passed pawns. So don't waste time taking this pawn. That is yours anyway. Let's go c5. My aim is to create a passer here. Yes, c5, Liem starting to create play. And this is exactly what we say, you know. The game might be dull and drawish and theoretical, but in the end, you can get chances in just about any position. Let's see. Game is getting exciting now. h5. The h pawn wants to move down the board to the queening. And now rook a5. Take this. h6. King g6. Okay. I have, oh, 97 and 95 is there, which will then liquidate. Yeah. Yeah, this might be a draw. This might well end in a draw, and then you can see Jordan, I think he knows that this should end in a draw. By the way, yeah, if this ends in a draw, most likely, I mean, Duda wins, and most likely Pragg finishes third, at least, I think. Well, not at least, third. I mean, third would be the right, because king h7, knight d5, and then now an important move here. Last question of this tournament's broadcast. How should black play here? Last move. Let's see how many of you find it, and who's the first one. I'll be happy to call out that name. First one to make the move. Come on. Sleepy heads. Jagmohan Mandre, death is invincible. b4 is the correct move. Jagmohan Mandre, Tanay Bhagwat, Samyak Chakraborty. What? So many people are awake. Vedant Jeurkar, Mr. Strange, Somil Agarwal, Tamjeed Alvi, Tanish Krishnan, Alpha Zero, and Aditya Garg. Well done, all of you. b4. Take. Knight takes. Rook a4. I'll pick up the knight. Let's say you go here. I'll pick up the knight. Take here, and game is drawn. So this is how the game's going to end in a draw. What? Ritik Kumar says, did you already discuss the new agreement of FIDE and Grand Chess Tour? Are you sure? I can't believe that FIDE and Grand Chess Tour. Maybe you are just... there's nothing like that. Come on. Are you going to... What? 2 tickets to the FIDE candidates tournament is a tightly packed series. When? This is no. I don't. No, it's not there. No, I don't think. What did he do? He didn't play b4. He played rook a1. Wow. That means Jordan can actually win this match already. Knight f6. Knight f6 is the... Why didn't he play b4? See, knight f6, there is king here. But, I mean, if you play this, then maybe rook a2 has to be played. But it was not easy. It was not easy for sure. But rook a1, now check, king here, knight d7 with the idea of check and queen. Oof. b4, c4, b3, check here, king here. Oh, this is hanging. One second. Of course, rook a1 seems to have that drawback of... So can rook a2 be better than rook a1? Same concept. Check here, knight d7, b4, knight f8, king here, bishop e5 with the idea of push. And this controls h2. Oh, and on a1, somehow c4 hits the rook. So somehow this is super complicated, but it's like a study-like thing. Oh, yeah, it's there. FIDE Council has approved a cooperation agreement with Grand Chess Tour. By virtue of this agreement, the top two finishers of 2023 and 2025 series will qualify for the candidates 2024 and 2026 respectively. Wow, that is huge. That is huge. That means Grand Chess Tour suddenly becomes a very important event. Rook a1, knight f6 check happened or not? No, king f5 happened in the game. Check, king e4, b4, c4. Rahul Khatwani says, then what about World Cup and Grand Prix? I think World Cup will continue, but instead of Grand Prix, maybe Grand Chess Tour will become the main thing. I think World Cup and Grand Swiss might continue, or maybe they might remove Grand Swiss. But Grand Prix is very similar to Grand Chess Tour. So we'll see which events are kept and which are removed, because 2 spots going to Grand Chess Tour is amazing. No, Utsav GCT is invitational, but I don't think they will make it invitational anymore. They will keep some strong measures, like only top 10 players, top rating wise or something like that will happen. King d3. World Championship will happen now in 2023. 2021 it happened, now it will happen in 2023. Ritik KR says Grand Swiss will be removed most probably. GC2 will not be invitational anymore for sure. That's for sure, yeah, Ritik. But thanks, Ritik, for sharing this important news. The tweet was just 17 minutes old. It's as I keep looking at how chess grows over the years, I realize how FIDE, or the world body basically of chess, has the power to change so many things by just some decisions. Like, for example, when they say that now suddenly Grand Chess Tour qualifies 2 spots to the candidates, Grand Chess Tour becomes so important for everyone, because everyone aims to become the world champion when you play chess. So like when I interview young kids right now who are 10 years old, 12 years old, their aim is always become world champion. They don't know how they would become the world champion, but they say that they want to become a world champion. And when they grow up with these dreams, then they naturally say what is the route, and they say, okay, I have to reach the candidates, and once I reach the candidates, I have to win it. How to reach the candidates? Okay, what are the ways of FIDE to reach the candidates? So the decisions of FIDE have the power to just change so many things. No, Pranjal Tiwari, they have 2 spots, not 1 for the GCT. Kush Singla says, watched your video of why you didn't become a GM. A good watch. Just came here to tell that. Thank you, Kush. When I made that video, I never thought so many people would watch it. It has close to what now, 1,50,000 or 1,60,000 views. It was just made to share my experience of what I learned through the world of chess. Yes, drawing of lots and pairings for candidates are done. I saw that. What do you think went wrong for Pragg? I think what went wrong for Pragg overall was that towards the end he might have lost his energy. Wow. King f5 was not the best move. Bishop f8 had to be played and then take this. Maybe that was how to continue, but okay. King c1. And now the only move to draw is rook h2. Both players are super tired, and he finds this move, rook h2, stopping the king from coming up. Is Ding confirmed for the candidates, Danish? Not really. I think chances of Ding coming to the candidates are higher than Sergey. That's what I feel. But I think they've appealed the decision of FIDE Ethics Commission, and if Karyakin wins it, then he's in the candidates. Ding has completed 30 games, true, but that just puts him in the chance to qualify. If he had not completed 30 games, then he would not have even been selected. Then the next player would have got a chance. Now with Ding having completed 30 games, he stands with a chance to play the candidates. But if Sergey wins his appeal, then Sergey will play. When will Ali Reza come for Grandmaster Chess? Aniket, I think if he wins the candidates, maybe then there is chance. Because I have a feeling that for now, Ali Reza is so focused on the aim of his life, which is to become the next, which is to challenge Magnus. Pranjay says till the first 5 days everything was going well for Pragg. In all matches he managed to get the pieces placed in harmony. Wonder what happened to him in the end. Yes, I mean, it happens. Pragg fought well. I'm sure that in the end he might also have been a bit tired with his overall play. He must have facing the world's best players for 7 days. playing so many games is never easy. But at the same time, I think his opponents also played well. Duda really played well. Today, Anish also played fantastic. I think today was the best match of Anish in this entire tournament. Shashank says, Sergey cannot win his appeal in time. CAS takes forever with these things. I'm sure it won't finish in June. Well, you never know, Shashank. Anything is possible. You know, the thing is that white may want to take this pawn, but till the rook is on the second rank, this pawn is not easy to win. So that's the reason why at this position, if he had played bishop f8, that was better. Because let's say I now make a waiting move, for example, like this. Bishop c5, king h6. Oh, knight g4 is there. Sorry. Oh. Okay, then maybe I should move my rook away. So king g6, maybe rook e2. Because bishop c5, this is drawn. Then you have to bring your knight closer. King g6. Bishop takes c5. Yeah, it's quite complicated. h7. If it take, then check and you lose. So rook e1, king b2, king h7, king b3. And if white can reach such a position, I think white has some chances to win. Although even this position is difficult if the black king comes closer. Yeah, this is not simple. Oh, meanwhile, there was a win here. One second. King g6, knight d7, king h7, knight f8 was the win. But I think after king g8, the next move might not have been so easy to spot. Bishop e5, threatening h7, h8. But this was a chance for Jorden. Queen. But he went knight e5, rook e2. I'm sure he'll get another chance. I'm sure. Jorden has missed too many chances in this game, Utsav. Yeah, true. Pragg, when and where the candidates will take place? The candidates will take place in Spain, in Madrid, in June. Oh, another chance. Let's look at it carefully. Check. Jorden, come on. If he finds this, he wins the match. If he wins the match, Duda first, Carlsen second, Praggnanandhaa third. Look at this. Check. King here, knight d7. King f7, very necessary. Bishop e5. Rook takes c4. h7. Rook h4. Queen. And white wins this position. Of course, white wins because he knows how to checkmate with the bishop and knight. So knight f6 check, very important for Jorden. I think what Jorden might be missing is the fact that here bishop e5 is very powerful, or this position. Sorry, he's missing out that this position, moving the bishop away is the winning move, because many times you want to protect your knight, but bishop moving away and h7, h8, because right now you can't play h7, you just lose it. He goes instead of, so he went check, king here, he went knight d7, and yeah, this is where he has to go knight f8, but this is what he's missing here. So knight b6. Yes, the winner of candidates challenge is the world champion. Absolutely right. By the way, guys, there are 5. I just got to know that there are going to be 5 tournaments in India. Odisha Open in Bhubaneswar will happen. Okay, by the way, he's won this pawn, but now he's won this. And next move, I mean, the main thing is the king. If he can win this pawn, would be great, but the king is cut off. So, Bhubaneswar Open in Odisha, May 22 to 29. Pune Open, May 31st to June 7. Pune, yeah. Vizag Open, Vishakhapatnam, June 9 to June 17. Chennai Open, June 19 to June 26. Madurai Open, June 28 to July 5th. So these are the 5 events that are going to happen. These are Grandmaster event. Each tournament has a prize fund of about $20,000. So these are the 5. Prathamesh wasn't knight f8, king g8 at 7, winning for Jordan. No, but Prathamesh, king takes g7. Once the king comes closer, should be easy. So yeah, Quang Liem manages to draw this game, I think, because all that he has to do now. Let's think about it carefully. Knight b4, rook takes d6, he takes d6, king e6, and if knight c7, king e4. Yeah, I think he'll play knight c7 to keep it going. No, Bhargav Patil, we cannot make the chess club into a rated chess club, but we can have rating tournaments there at some point. At some point, if we can do it. Oh, by the way, c6. Very important not to take this, because after c7, this is queening here. So knight here, c6, king e6 could move. Mohammad Uzair, how far can you go in terms of ratings without reading any book, just by solving tactics and studying analysis of games? Pretty far. But at some point you might need some also some themes, right, to study positional ideas and stuff like that. But yeah, you can go pretty far, I think. Okay, guys, that is a draw. So I think we have a champion of the tournament decided, which is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Knight f3, king here takes check, and king c7. Great fight. We go into the tie breaks. Great game. I learned a lot, I believe, but also the tournament is now over in terms of the standings. Although my only thing is that let's have a look at the standings first of all, very quickly, so that you have an idea of. So Magnus and Pragg lost, right? Duda won. So Duda is the champion now, because Liem goes into tie breaks. Even if he wins, he will end up on 13. If Liem wins, then Magnus third, Praggnanandhaa fourth. If Liem loses now the tiebreak, he gets 1 point. So he reaches also on 12. So Duda anyway first. Then there is a tiebreak between Carlsen, Praggnanandhaa and Liem. Now Liem beat Carlsen with the score of 2.5, 1.5. But lost to Praggnanandhaa with 2.5, half. Praggnanandhaa lost to Carlsen 3-0, but beat Liem 2.5. So he has 2.5 points. Right. And Carlsen has 3 and he lost to Liem. So Magnus anyway will be first. Liem will be second because he has half a point against Pragg and 2.5. So he's on 3. Pragg has only 2.5 points. Maybe that's the thing, or so maybe Pragg finishes 4th anyway, regardless of whatever happens to Liem. Am I right? Yeah, Duda. So Duda wins, Magnus maybe second, or Liem would be second, depending on this match. Pragg would anyway be 4th. This is my analysis. So Pragg is 4th, and Anish would finish in 7th position, I think. Yeah, Anish finishes 7th. Okay, guys, that was great. Thank you all for following this event with me. Some amazing stuff happened during this event. We managed to reach 900k, which is a very special number. We also reached 901k. Now I'm going to Nashik tomorrow for for National Blitz, and there will be some good material coming your way from there as well. We already have Aditya in Jammu where he's covering under 10 nationals, so please do check the videos there. And well, I will take your leave with that. Yes, I think Nitesh, that's true. Points can't be counted because 4th game not played in most cases. That's true. Indresh Singh says book batao. Yes. So I was going to talk about this book. I don't know how good this book is. I'm reading it still, but I learned one thing. It's that many times when we are thinking, let's say you have a free moment, you have some free time, you start getting negative thoughts, right? Many of the times. And that leads to a spiral of negative thoughts. Like one negative thought leads to another, then another. You suddenly you spiral into a lot of negativity. So what it says is that the moment you, or just basically the moment anything negative starts to come, you take a book and a pen and you start writing, or you don't even need the negative thought, but this is especially for those who get negative thoughts. Just start writing something positive, like a couple of lines. So for example, I'm very glad that at 118 there are 600 people listening to me. I'm very grateful that right now I have this wonderful setup that I can stream. Just basically write something positive. And it is really helpful because it's a lot about habit formation. Once you form the habit of looking at the brighter side of things, can really be useful for those who constantly get into this negative things. And I think that was a good lesson that I learned. I will leave you with this, and thank you all. First step is start getting a negative thought. Well, in general, if you don't get negative thought, you can still write Anda Burger. But for those who already face this issue, maybe this is useful. It's called The Simplest Gift. The book is called Simplest Gift. Take care, guys, and see you soon. Bye bye. Good night. Shubh Ratri. See you.